Good evening everyone and welcome back to TRTN for the second round of the NLRL Console Endurance Series brought to you by TRTN and Track Titan. I'm of course Regan Clark and we are coming hot on the trails of our eclectic season opener that saw many a surprise and a shock red flag ending. This time we take the NLRL circus to the land of the rising sun for round 2. Suzuka is a track that requires little introduction. It's the iconic beating heart of Japan's motorsports industry, home of the Formula 1 Japanese Grand Prix and the largest venue of Japan's domestic Super GT and Super Formula series respectively. Founded in 1962 and owned and operated by the Honda Motor Company, Suzuka's 3.6 miles and 18 turns of FIA Grade 1 are a demanding challenge of drivers of all skill levels. Going into the second round of the championship, the surprise domination courtesy of NLR Esports' number 5 of Andre Damrat and Milo Bergman have drawn both ire and admiration across the paddock. They're predicted for pole position today and have a sizable target on their backs, leading the championship after an abrupt end in the Imola round. To aid them, NLR have drafted an already established name here in NLRL and one of our star competitors of the Sunday series, Louis Baptiste, to assist them. Looking at our championship standings, however, NLR lead the championship with 66 points. On their tails are the duo of the Euro Titans 696, Aaron Williams and Ian Skeen in the Aston Martin. Exclusive Esports are third with the efforts of Parker Suzuka and Elmars Mikkelsens. Dutchman Danny Meeldijk joins the lineup of the 788 in place of Suzuka for round 2. In fourth is the K1 Esports number 1 car, previously driven by Dylan Hart and Toby Cyril. Cyril maintains their seat with Martijn van Manen drafted to replace Hart after their departure from ACC. AXRL are 5th, the number 3 of Colby Teague and Luke Harrison securing 49 points for the team down under. Luke Harrison being replaced by Ricky Doney from the 33 sister car for round 2. 6th is Exclusive Esports' number 787 of Danny Meeldijk and Paul Mola, the lineup now changing to see Aidan Winchester replace Meeldijk in the 787. In 7th is the K1 113 car of Giovanni Badiali and Archie Bowen. In 8th is the MSA 414 of David Silf and Marcus Carlos, now joined by Craig Twardock. In 9th is the Fatch GT number 123 car of Niels Baslier and Anton Tamenga. And rounding out our top 10 is Exclusive's 789, previously driven by Anthony Rodriguez and Chris Farish. Going into Suzuka, Farish has been swapped for fellow American Jake Goldman, with Rodriguez taking sabbatical in place of British driver Fazzy Binks. So continuing on to the practice session at hand, we do have an interview lined up with one of the drivers at the front row, but we're looking right now on board with the 696 of the Euro Titans endurance car, second in the championship and the championship runners-up coming into this round. It's an ambitious start for Aaron Williams and Ian Skeen. We saw they had a very lofty performance in Imola, one that drew quite a crowd last time out. These two are on the back foot here, as their times have not even registered in the top 10 in these Sunbot predictions, which we'll get on to soon. We're just going to try and see if we can get a word here out of Louis Baptiste in the number 5. Seeing if we can get a word there for an interview as we watch with his teammate Andre Damrat, just finishing off one of their practice laps here. 4 minutes left to go in free practice. Changeable conditions on the way, so I'm told. Weather could be a shocking factor here in the second round of the championship. Watch there going into the first turn. Ironically, the name given to both turn 1 and 2 here in Suzuka. It appears that Baptiste may be unavailable for a word at this time. We may have to catch up with them later in the championship. We'll wave goodbye to that opportunity for now. We'll stay on board with his teammate then as they exit the Dunlop curve. At turn 7, heading up to the infamous Degner curves at turn 8 and turn 9. Now, in the session coming up to this, we saw impeccable vehicle control from Andre Damrat, setting the projected fastest time of the session and is on the bookings for pole position. As a matter of fact, let's see if we can get a look at this. So we were crunching some numbers in the days coming up to this event. We took 2 sets of data, one 30 minutes before the event start today and one the night before. We'll look at the one from the night before to start us off with. This was taken on the 3rd, and it still shows Andre Damrat projected for pole position. The fastest time they've done according to Simbot was a 1:58.222. That puts them nearly a second faster than the car behind them, which was Hayden Puttock at the time. Danny Meeldijk set a time good enough for 3rd in the 787. They've since moved to the 788. The 416 of Tony Garona set a 1:59.690, which would project them for 4th. NRW with the 5th fastest, MSA with 6th, Super Swede in 7th, Batch GT's 223 in 8th, with ETE's 315 in 9th, and Tempest Motorsports were projected for 10th position. Let's see if we can have a look at the most latest set of data. This was taken 30 minutes before the session start, and it still shows Damrat on the projected pole position. They were setting times in and around the range of 58.222. But now in second place is the MSA 417 of Patrick Segetch, who set a time of 1:59.052 in the previous session. That was 200ths faster than the 415 MSA car of Matteo Mastromaro. So the happenings in that top 5 have changed somewhat in favour of MSA, now securing podium positions. If they are to replicate this kind of performance in the upcoming qualifying session, we could very well see them start towards that front row. Right now, the ones to beat are NLR's number 5, which are still projected for pole position. They're currently, though, 2nd fastest in free practice. So these are not accurate projections by any stretch of the imagination. They are more predictions of sorts. We shouldn't take their word as gospel. These, of course, are the perfect scenario laps, and the nature of racing means that we rarely ever get perfect scenarios to deal with. There is plenty to consider in the heat of an actual qualifying session up against the free practice sessions we've had all the way as far back as December after Imola. So there's been a lot to contend with these drivers. Definitely some new equipment at play as well over the Christmas break. A lot of drivers upgrading to new edge equipment, so there'll be a big learning curve for some of the more established drivers moving on to new equipment, and for the rookies as well. Looking further down these qualifying predictions then, Euro Titans still predicted to be in that top 5. The 314 of Hayden Puttock relegated to 4th from 2nd due to MSA's recent spur of performance in the last hours leading up to the session start. XCL looked to be in 5th with the 788's Danny Meeldijk time of a 1:59.470. MSA in the 416 are projected for 6th with Tony Garona's original time. NRW forced down to 7th, but still predicted for a top 10. That was a bizarre corner cut there by Andre Damrat into the Casio triangle. You see, heading out of 130R there, heading down towards the Casio triangle. It was definitely a bizarre line. One which I believe didn't it did actually invalidate their lap. See, they're back into the pits for the time being. We'll go on board with another Ford Mustang out on track. This is Toby Cyril, K1 Esports. Speaking of K1, through all of these predictions, K1 never managed to scratch inside the top 10. The predictions have them placed anywhere between 11th and 19th. Looking further down in that bottom 5 of these predicted places, you have, of course, MSA's 416, NRW's 777, Euro Titans in the 315 predicted for 8th position. Freno Radic's time of a 2:01.95 would put them in the top 10 if he can replicate it in the upcoming qualifying session, which we are very quickly approaching now. Just as we finish off reading these predictions, NLR's number 6 sister car of Kelvin Castens and Jan Bettentrup are predicted for 9th with a 2:02.27 by Bettentrup in the sessions leading up to this race, and Tempest still maintaining a top 10 projected qualifying finish, and that's courtesy of a time by Adam Saunders, a 2:02.272. So as we get on towards qualifying, things could get very, very interesting. Someone in chat as well asking what cars are the MSAs. Let's see if we can get a look here at what you're looking at. So you'll be looking out for the grey and fluorescent green colour scheme of MSA, and you'll be looking for drivers like these two here, Matteo Mastromaro and Marcus Carlos. MSA as a team has got that sort of greenish colour in their DNA. You can even see it in the overlays as well. This is As a matter of fact, this is the right placard here for the 415. So Mastromaro is joined by Finnish driver Jussi Virolainen. And for Marcus Carlos, if we can find him, this is another MSA car, by the way, a new lineup for the 417, ditching Lamborghini in favour of McLaren, and two brand new drivers to their lineup, the two Czech drivers, Patrick Segec and Jan Gruber. Let's get on towards qualifying, because it's looking to be a very packed paddock. And getting out of the gates first there, I believe, was one of our exclusive cars, taking into the fray into turns 1 and 2. So let's get out on board with whom I believe, yes, is the number 788 of Elmar Mikkelsens. Of course, the new lineup of Mikkelsens and Neil Dykers, exclusive, have undergone quite the refurbishment of their lineup. They've had to shift a few drivers around, reprioritise some assets here and there, and hopefully that's going to leave them nicely rejuvenated going into 2025. Of course, the first TRTN broadcast of 2025, we were projected to do a broadcast last Sunday. Unfortunately, we were unable to due to ill health. We'll be able to cover tomorrow's Sunday League race at Indianapolis, where we may see some surprise returning faces. So down through the Degner curve. We'll get a full comprehensive run through the track courtesy of Elmar Mikkelsens here as the first driver to take a flying lap. But whilst we wait for that to happen, let's just quickly cover the news. Our first bit of news is from the Dakar Rally, which is officially underway. And Guerlain Chicheret leads in the Mini Cross Raid car ahead of both Toyota Gazoo Racing Hiluxes, with Ford and Dacia's projects, the Raptor and the Sandrider, lagging behind after the first 455 kilometres of grueling Saudi Arabian soil. In the next bit of news, in Formula 1, Andretti Cadillac's assets have been absorbed by General Motors. This came up recently when you saw a lot of job listings for their Silverstone facility go under a new name. Instead of Andretti Cadillac, it was the General Motors Cadillac Formula team. This hints at a cross-collaboration that would see both teams make their way in as a hybridization of assets to further accelerate General Motors' push into Formula 1. In the World Rally Championship, news come through as M Sports signed Josh McErlean for 2025. He'll be racing alongside Gregoire Munster. Back to Dakar briefly as Land Rover reveal their plans for a 2026 stock entry courtesy of the Defender. And the last bit of news, Toyota to field 5 cars at the 2025 Rally Monte Carlo, being Takamoto Katsuta, Kalle Rovanperä, Elfyn Evans, Sebastian Ogier and Sami Pajari. So let's go back on board then with Elmar Mikkelsens, who makes their way into the first curve. Now this is turns 1 and 2, which takes us into the S curves, turns 3, 4, 5, 6, and all the way to turn 7 at Dunlop. Bit of a slow start there for Mikkelsens. You can see the car is struggling a little bit for understeer. Now as we get round turn 7, see using every available inch of the track here into a very tough dual set of corners, the Degner curves at turns 8 and 9. This is designed almost to throw any kind of machinery off. He's done that very, very nicely there. It's a smooth drive into sector 2 for Elmar Mikkelsens. Right behind him there, Andre Damrat and Matteo Mastromaro. It's going to be a very packed top 3 to start us off with in quali. Out of turns 10 and 11, then the hairpin taking us into the long sweeping right-hander of turn 12. Now heading down to the iconic spoon curve. Turns 13 and 14, a parabolic open hairpin left. We've seen plenty of drivers invalidate laps here. It just gets a little bit wide for some of these drivers, but Mikkelsens navigating it fantastically, using every spare inch of the track to take us down to the, I would argue, most iconic corner, 130R at turn 15. Down into the Casio Triangle then, turns 16, 17 and 18 to round off this flying lap, and we'll load up our timing charts here on the left hand side so that we can see exactly what's going on here. As right behind them, by the way, is that projected pole sitter, the number 5 of Andre Damrat. So Mikkelsens is going to be the first towards the line. Will it be a valid time in as Damrat is closing in on his tail there? A 2:01 by Mikkelsens, and for Andre Damrat, a 2 minutes 0.4. Right behind them there, Matteo Mastromaro sets the second fastest time by 1/10 of a second. Back there was, I believe, the number 6, Jan Bettentrup, doesn't set a time on this lap round. They'll have to come back round for one more lap. Marcus Carlos sets the 4th fastest time. Behind them there, Aidan Winchester sets 5th fastest. Benjamin Matthew with the 6th fastest. Ian Skeen 7th fastest. Tony Garona goes up to 4th there. with their first times in the 4:16. They're 7/10 off pole position. They're relegated down one by Toby Cyril in third place. Times coming in thick and fast. James Robertson sets the 11th fastest time now as Giovanni Badiali crosses the line for what was 10th, becomes 10th, becomes 11th there as the times now start rolling in. Jake Goldman 10th, Harry Palmer up to 7th. Tony Garona is still in, I believe, 5th position there. So that gives our top 5 at the moment: Andre Damrat, Matteo Mastromaro, Toby Cyril, Elmar Smicklesons and Tony Garona. Further down the line, we can see as well Sander Verstegen and Sebastian Anfang crossing the line 15th and 17th. Michael Rushton in 16th position, ahead of fellow K1 driver James Robertson. Down in provisionally last for the time being. I think it was a bit of a dud lap there. 5.7 seconds off pace. He's got plenty of time to recuperate his losses. Tristan Frazier in the number... Oh, that's a clerical error. That's not the number 5. That's the 854. I don't actually believe I have any record of that McLaren. That is, I believe that is a last second entry we've not been made aware of. Just quickly having a look here, what car that could be. I don't believe we actually have any... Oh wait, no, sorry, that is the Con Motorsports car. They've changed liveries, so we were unable to recognise them the first time round. It gave us a bit of a nasty fight. Patrick Segech takes the second fastest time, now ahead of Elmar Smicklesons and Matteo Mastromaro. Aidan Winchester sets the 5th fastest time. See behind him there the Super Swede car of Benjamin Matthew, who is currently in 10th position. I believe if we were to check our quali predictions from yesterday, Super Swede were in the fight for it. There was 7th position with Matthew's time of a 2 minutes .327. So it's nothing to rule them out in this qualifying battle. So looking around to see where our next drivers are coming from. I believe our next across the line there was the... Just trying to see there on the map. That was the 854. So Con Motorsports car, Tristan Frazier. Still have a few drivers yet to set times here. We've got Kieran Rodd, Sebastian Turner, Ricky Doney, Martin Pesty and Adam Dick, who I believe just set a time there. Adam Dick setting, if we can see there, the 14th fastest time. New driver for False Group Esports in the 296. At the moment, Andre Damrat already carving it into a 159.8. Leaving the second driver up the order at the moment. This is Patrick Segech in the 417. He'll be alongside teammate Jan Gruber for the second round of the championship. It's going to be a lot for them running into this. They're, of course, on that front row. If they can hold on to that front row for the next 12 minutes, it's going to be a very solid start, putting them in the closest possible fight for that early race lead. Now, this was something I was debating with myself and a few others coming into this round, is the mentality between the top and bottom 50% of an endurance grid. Your top 50% are drivers who have been around the block. They've definitely done more than you realise. You saw just exchange of hands there for the second position between the number 6 and the number 417. That was Jan Bettentrup and Calvin Castens against Patrick Segech and Jan Gruber. We'll just get our timing shots back up again here. We'll watch with Elmar Smicklesons. It's the mentality between the top and bottom 50% of an endurance grid. Now, like I said, your top 50% are going to be the drivers in the higher end skill bracket. They've been around the block. They've done a few of these endurance races now. They understand what kind of mentality you need going into a race as long as this. We've got 4 hours of racing ahead. And looking back into, say, the bottom 50%, you're going to have the more ambitious drivers. Okay, they're not starting from the best of positions here. They're working with what they've got. They're going to be the ones making more of the riskier moves, because to start in a bad position is one thing, to finish in a bad position is another thing entirely. And a lot of these drivers are terrified of that outcome. It's not good for their championship hopes, and it's not good for their career hopes as an esports driver. So you'll be finding a lot more of the action on that opening lap could be coming from the back 50%. I think it's definitely where we'll see the first of our yellow flags And first of all, sort of big calamities. Now going down into a turn such as the first turn, it's very easy for the car to spin out under pressure. Now you've got to factor in nearly 30 cars in this field. Just shy, actually, of 30 vehicles on the field here. It's not going to be an easy challenge for anyone who dares end up in that bottom 50%. That top 50% is not exactly going to be a cakewalk, because you've got seasoned veterans here, skilled players. They know their stuff. They know exactly what they need to do. So it's a lot of mind games going into that. Right now, this is one of them, Elmas Mikkelsen's, who's in a very comfortable top 5 at this stage of qualifying. They've got more than just each other to compete with today. Of course, Suzuka's not an easy track by any stretch of the imagination. It's a very divisive part of any calendar. You either love it or you hate it. It's, as the English call it, a Marmite track. And not only that, we have, like I said, changeable conditions weather-wise. So there could be that sprinkling of rain, and when it rains it pours here in Japan, and conditions can go from bad to worse in the blink of an eye, just with how explosive the weather can be. The weather is a weapon in and of itself at a track like this. Japanese weather does not play around, especially on race day. So these drivers are going to have their hands full regardless. So let's get a look around the field here, see where our next drivers could be coming from. We've got a lot of action going down into the Casio Triangle. We're watching on board with Tristan Fraser in one of the privateer cars, Pon Motorsports. In a new livery there for the 854 as they cross the line from 16th position. Will it be a sizable improvement on this lap around? Sadly, it is not. Behind them there, you can see that was Ian Skeen, the 696, currently 22nd. It is a very far cry position for these lot. This is the Fuens car. This is Lewis Riches heading out of Spoon Curve now. He's got Gary Harding as his teammate in the Golf liveried McLaren there. Very nice choice of colours. Reminds me of the old F1 GTR Longtails in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. A fitting choice of colours then for an endurance race. We're going through 130R. You can see there was a little bit of a snap on the body of that McLaren. Something isn't cooperating between the front and rear axles there, but it's been enough for Riches here. He's not gone off track, but he has lost a decent chunk of time in that lap. He's still 27th for the time being, behind the driver who is physically behind him. That's Martin Pesty. Having a look around then, here's Michael Rushton, the K1 Academy car number 211, and the Aston Martin exiting the pit lane. We've just got 7.5 minutes left here in qualifying. So let's get a look at our top 10 compared to our predictions at the moment. We'll stay on board with a few of the drivers kicking about in the top 10. We're looking at our predictions alongside what we've got at the moment. You can see it is looking pretty accurate for at least that front row. We were expecting it to be a 2-horse race here between Damrat and Segech, and that's exactly what we're getting by about 0.2 of a second, a 1:59.8 to a 2 minutes point. That's a 2 minutes .069. So you're really not dealing with a lot of difference in time there. However, the more surprising element being introduced into the mix is the 788 of Elmas Mikkelsen's being up in third now. They were kicked back a few places there to 5th. We were expecting Mikkelsen's and Mildijk to be at least in the top 5, so we've already superseded these expectations by having them in third. Matteo Mastromaro, who was projected for third, could still make it third by the end of qualifying, but at the moment they're in 4th, with Adam Saunders, the biggest surprise of today, who set the time good enough for 10th. Right now is setting times good enough for 5th, so that is one of the largest improvements from data we've seen thus far. Marcus Carlos is currently in 6th. The 414 was technically out of the runnings for our predictions in the top 10. They were briefly in it for some time. But that is also a sizable improvement to be in the top 10. Toby Cyril is another massive improvement. K1 were already being ruled out effectively for that top 10. Right now they're towards the back of it, but to be in the top 10 at all is an improvement nonetheless. Aidan Winchester in the 787 is an interesting find as well. Of course, without the time set by Mildijk. Had Mildijk been in the 787, they'd be in the position you see now. They're up in third. I think this has definitely been more Mikkelsen's handiwork than Mildijk's. 787 being up in top 10 nonetheless is impressive as is. Freno Radic is down 1 position. That's probably one of the closest we've got besides our top 2. is Radic being around the back of the top 10 there. The Euro Titans 3:15 has done already a sizable job alongside teammate Jack Giles to be where they are. And they're very close to our projected times so far. And Harry Palmer in the 3:14 is quite some way away from where we thought they'd be. Now, they were projected for 4th position. Hayden Puttick setting a time good enough for a 1:59.166. So, a bit of a mix around. Definitely some surprising faces to see in there. And it's going to be a very interesting end to qualifying, just as much as it has been an interesting start. We'll actually just zoom around here to see, with Ian Skeen in the 696 taking to the line now from 16th position. Is it going to be good enough to be in the top 10 as he crosses the line there? The last lap was a 2:01.560, but it's a reluctant P16 here and now, with just under 5 minutes left to go in quali. Marcus Carlos gets to the line there for no improvement. Freno Radic is behind him there from 9th position. Doesn't find an improvement on this lap. Just see here with Benjamin Matthew, who is in 14th position. Crossing the line, no current improvement. Toby Cyril in the background there. And this is actually one that's gone under the radar. The new lineup for AXRL. They've undergone some restructuring, of course. Ricky Doney leaving the 33 to go drive in the number 3 with Colby Teague. But this is the new lineup in the 33. Liam Mutz and Cooper Murphy. It's an interesting little lineup indeed. They're currently 21st. Last lap was a 2:02.4. They're currently struggling a little bit, but I think they're going to be just sort of out of the crunch zone that is 11th to 19th going into lap 1. And they'll have Sando Verstecke for company. They're 21st in the 2:23. And Verstecke is joined by a new driver, Wilson Gigi from France. And looking at our predictions, Gigi was in there. He was 8th in yesterday's predictions with a 2:03.77. I think if he can deploy Gigi now, it may be the saving grace they need. They're currently with a 2:02.1. They're 2 seconds off predicted pace. So that is quite a worry for Thatch GT. Something may have gone amiss with Wilson Gigi for qualifying. He's just unable to make it. Verstappen is taking the ropes on the 223 Ferrari. Is the 113 K1 car in 16th. Giovanni Badiali in the Ferrari there, joined by Archie Bowen for this round. Right behind them there, the Academy car, the 211 Michael Rushton. See here, the number 1 car, Toby Cyril, making their way around 130R. You can see where some teams have flourished with the Mustang. Other teams appear to be struggling. Cyril is struggling to find any more pace than he's got already. His best time was a 2:05.67, which was already impressive enough. But you see on the last couple of laps, he's been scrubbing time away. He was a second down in the last lap and then 2 seconds on this one. So it's just been a bit of a rough challenge now to maintain some of that consistency they found earlier on in the session. Conditions right now are as good as they can be for a lot of drivers. And here's one team that we've not been able to catch up with for some time, or at least one car in the team. And this was an ambitious choice by Euro Titans to reconfigure their Academy car. This is now a completely brand new vehicle, a BMW M4, as opposed to their previous choice of vehicle. And with the Academy lineup comes the brand new driver lineup. Kieran Rodd returns from their predicted entry. They never ended up making the inaugural drive, but they're back in the seat now. The Australian joined by Tyler Vermack and Harrison Greenhalgh to comprise the new Academy lineup for Euro Titans. They've not done too bad in this session. They've got around a minute left to go. I think at this point it's going to put them just in the right frame for one more lap. At the moment they're on an improvement and 25th position. Another BMW here, and one with a new driver to spare. This is Nick Mashkin, the Spontaneous Racing. They've got Sebastian Anfang as a new driver, and a third for this round. A few new faces in here. This is Martin Pesti in the Poor Ralph car, the number 711. Your Hungarian team of Martin Pesti and Bensi Kiss making their way around 130R. One of the, in fact, I think the only Porsche in this championship now, so It is a risky choice. We'll see if that pays off. You can see the back end isn't really playing nicely into the Casio triangle. They're 26th at the moment, so they'll be battling with Nick Mashk, who we saw previously, and Kieran Rodd, the 813. So, in the closing moments of qualifying then, let's see if we can get an onboard just at the end of their lap here with Andre Damrat, who thus far has had an impeccable qualifying drive. Just had some insider information from AXRL regarding critical component damage on the number 3. The load cell pedals for one of the drivers has collapsed and appears to be inoperable, so that could lead to an early retirement for the number 3. The number 33 then of Mutz and Murphy will have quite a monumental task on their hands. Mastromaro then gets onto the 2nd position here, so that's put Segech some way away, but can Mikkelson's recover this? So we saw them at the start of the session with a very ambitious opening drive. Can they close out qualifying with pole position as they get towards the line? The 788 crosses the line now. Will it be front row? Yes, it will for Elmas Mikkelsen, 2nd fastest in the session. No one today, though, looked to have been beating Andre Damrat's time in the number 5. Patrick Segech gets to the line then. Can they lay claim to a challenge here? They get to the line. They're 3rd. And in the background there is the 787 of Aidan Winchester from 9th position. Where will they place? 8th at the end of quali. A few more drivers on the way then before the end of qualifying. With the 414 next towards the line. Marcus Carlos in the 414 MSA Racing Ferrari. And it's a big spin over Casio. That's going to be a bitter end to their qualifying. That is truly quite a sorrowful end there. As we got on with Marcus Carlos, they got over the Casio triangle. You see just a bit of an upset. They already invalidated their lap over there, and it is just down and out. But now for Toby Cyril, it could be redemption day for K1. They get towards the line. Cyril and Van Manen have got a monumental task to maintain that number 1. Getting to the line then. And it's only good enough for 9th position, but they'll stay inside the top 10, defying expectations of what K1 was capable of coming into this round. I'm sure they'll be delighted to be starting in the action zone, as it were, coming into this round of the championship. It's been certainly an interesting qualifying session, but I don't think anyone in their right mind was going to be taking pole position off of NLR Esports as number 5. Andre Damrat and Louis Baptiste are going to be in the best seat in the house, as it were, coming into this round. So we've got a comprehensive rundown of our full starting grid. 29 cars in all here for the 2nd round of the NLRL Console Endurance Series, powered by TRTN and Track Titan. Andre Damrat starts from pole position. Elmas Mikkelsen's in 2nd. Patrick Segech in 3rd, with Jussi Vuolainen in 4th. And Adam Saunders in 5th position. Marcus Carlos in 6th, with Jack Giles 7th. Aidan Winchester in 8th, with Martijn van Manen starting for K1 Esports in number 9. Harry Palmer in 10th, with Giovanni Badiali in 11th. Ilkea Kilinkoglu starts 12th, ahead of Benjamin Matthew in 13th. Kelvin Castens in 14th position, ahead of Aaron Williams and Adam Dick in 15th and 16th position. Jake Goldman in 17th, ahead of Michael Rushton in 18th. Tristan Fraser in 19th, rounding out the top 20 as Bas PW. Jörg Masserat starts 21st, ahead of Sander Verstecke and Martin Pesti in 22nd and 23rd. Liam Mutz in 24th, with Harrison Greenhalgh in 25th. Nick Mashk in 26th, ahead of Lewis Riches in 27th. Colby Teague in 28th, and James Robertson in 29th position here for the 2nd round of the championship at Suzuka. We have 3 minutes then until the start of the 2nd round. It was an exciting qualifying. And let's have a look just once more at those predictions and see whether the prophecy was foretold. Looking here, so of course our qualifying pole position was all but secure for NLR's number 5. Maybe not as fast as we saw in the predictions, but they secured it nonetheless. Mikkelsen's, though, making a surprise lunge up to that 2nd position in-house. Now, the number 788 was predicted for 5th. So overachievers, always and forever, is it for XCL. Patrick Segech, who was predicted for 2nd, will start 3rd. Vuolainen in the 415 and teammate Mastromaro, who were predicted for 3rd, will start 4th. Saunders, however, who was predicted for 10th, is going to start from 5th, and very, very impressive from one of the privateer teams, mind you, Tempest Motorsports. Marcus Carlos in the 414, who was not even in the predictions for the top 10, will nonetheless start in the top 10. They start from 6th position. Jack Giles in the 315 alongside Freno Radic were predicted 8th and overachieving in 7th. In Winchester in the 787 is predicted outside of the top 10. Nonetheless, we'll start there from 8th position. Martin van Manen, same story for K1. They were predicted to start outside the top 10. They're delighted to be in it. Harry Palmer in the 314 was predicted for, having a look on the chart here, 4th position with Hayden Puttock's time of a 159.166. They're reluctantly starting from P10, a swap around from the times expected from Tempest Motorsports. Or near enough there. Just briefly have a look as well at the privateers standings. And with Super Swede leading ahead of NRW Performance, False Group Esports in 3rd, Toras in 4th, Fuens in 5th, Poor Alf in 6th, Spontaneous in 7th, and ACC Hungary in 8th position. Then looking at the team standings, I'm not entirely sure how it's graded, but I believe this is the combined points on the teams level. XCL would be leading with 52 points, K1 in 2nd, ahead of NLR by a single point. Euro Titans 5 points behind them in 4th, MSA in 5th, AXRL 6th with Fats GT joint 6th, but this says they're 7th. Not entirely sure how that's graded, but nonetheless, we don't have the graphic for it, but in the Constructors' Championship, Ford is leading, and unsurprisingly so. That Mustang has been impeccable for its performance in the hands of NLR's number 5 of Andre Damrat, Milo Bergman, and Louis Baptiste. Oh, just under a minute left to go before the start of our formation lap takes us away here. And this is something I want to talk about. So obviously we thought coming into this round that the front engine cars would have much more of an advantage. Of course, we can still see a front engine car is leading us down into turn 1 from the inside here. That's Andre Damrat in the number 5. But the mid-engine cars that we saw have quite a few teething problems coming into Suzuka. They were struggling a lot more than their compatriots in front engine. They've definitely pulled through. They're securing the rest of those top 5 positions. McLaren, once and forever, always a dominant manufacturer here in GT. We'll watch on board just quickly with Elmas Mikkelsen, as he's got a clear view of the line ahead of him. But to the inside will be Andre Damrat. Watching with the 788. Damrat will take us away shortly here for the start of the formation lap. 29 cars in all. The McLarens were really struggling in the testing sessions coming into the second round of the championship. Now we must consider as well, they've had since the end of round 1 and all the way through the Christmas break to sort out a lot of those stability problems that they had back in Imola. So the teams have really pulled through with the setups here. They're running a lot more aggressive setups, but this is something that's going to come back to bite them. And the Mustang is a pretty solid car when it comes to long distance endurance racing. Of course, all of these cars are designed with that ideal in mind, but these setups are going to have knock-on effects for certain characteristics. You know, driver fatigue. When you've got a car that's designed to be driven precisely, you're going to have drivers that are going to be getting on here. They're going to be getting pretty tired over the course of, yes, admittedly a 4-hour race, but it's a 4-hour very high intensity race here and quite a few people involved in that. The Mustang is a much easier car to drive comfortably at the top end. The McLaren does require a greater degree of precision before the car starts biting back. You can see further down the line in 5th, actually in 6th there, Marcus Carlos in the Ferrari. Now this is something I want to touch on as well. We've touched on it every time we've discussed Ferrari, and it's their longevity for tyre and fuel conservation. And this is a very important factor of designing an endurance racer. Ferrari knew exactly what their objective was when they moved over from the 488 to the 296. They wanted a car that could do the extra mile and not sacrifice nearly as much of a punch that the 488 delivered in its time. So they developed a much more uncharacteristically efficient car for Ferrari standards. I think it does kind of defy the old adage of Ferrari's more traditional standards of vehicle design. Of course, you know, aerodynamics is for the kind of people who can't build a proper engine. Enzo Ferrari said that, and yet here they are min-maxing both aspects of that. A fuel-efficient V6 engine in a Ferrari is something most would scoff at, but at the moment it's been the killing formula for the Maranello firm. And for being the furthest up the order of the Ferraris, Marcus Carlos, all he really has to do is stay in the tailwind of these McLarens. They're going to burn themselves out. They're a high burnout rate car. They don't take a lot to have those tyres start crumbling. The Ferrari can push, push, push and not take any real damage compared to the McLarens, but raw pace alone, the McLarens have got the Ferraris outgunned. Then we've got to get down to the interpersonal level here. You're looking at, a difference in driver ability, a difference in driver attitude. Looking in that top 5, you've got drivers with all different mindsets. Adam Saunders, when we saw him in his heyday in the TRL Sprint Series, was an absolute animal behind the wheel of that McLaren. A very forward, aggressive driver, but one that knew where his opportunities were. He knew what kind of fights to be picking. We'll see if that mindset comes back to him as he starts from 5th position. He's got a defensive and offensive performance to deal with here. He's going to have to try and defend from Marcus Carlos, who is, by the way, not an easy driver to defend from. So I almost said not a difficult, that would be an insult. Not an easy driver to defend from. And at the same time, having to try and attack Matteo Mastromaro, who we've seen already can definitely pull a distance when it's necessary. That's for Mastromaro as well. He's got the straight line speed for it on race starts. We've seen that quite a few times. He's definitely been one of the more ambitious drivers on race start. Will he reel it in, though, being the question for that race start? So we see 2 abreast then as we head down to the Casio Triangle. For the second round of the championship, we're really going to see where a lot of the drivers clash heads here. We'll stay on board then with our race leader to be. 29 cars in all here in Japan for the second round of the NLRL Console Endurance Series, powered by TRTN and Track Titan here in Suzuka. Things are about to get rough and ready. In dual formation, heading to the line. Without further ado then, 29 cars in all, a long run down to the start-finish straight. Let the madness begin then. Round 2 of the championship is about to be underway. And we are green and racing here in Suzuka for the second round of the championship. Already a great start by Andre Damrat. Elmas Mikkelsen's having to go into the defensive from Patrick Segech behind as we head down into the first curve. Things already getting a little bit side happy further down the line, but NLR Esports continuing to lead us around the first curve. Elmas Mikkelsen, though, is holding on to P2 for the time being, but there's been a big off in the background there. A big off. And I believe that is for one of the Euro Titans cars further down the line that's had a bit of a cropper there. The 314 is in trouble after the S's. They were ran wide going into turn 3. Looking further around here in the maelstrom of it, this is Tristan Fraser. Ahead of them there is Michael Ruster. Behind them is Sebastian Turner as they head out of turn 7 into the Degners for the first time. James Robertson's under attack there by Martin Pesty. See already some drivers getting over the kicker there, or the Degner curve. I'm definitely predicting we're going to see quite a few spin-outs, quite a few crashes in that section of the track, but we've already got the first of our problems in the thick of racing right now. Marcus Carlos then still maintaining 6th position. Behind them there is Jack Giles in the 315 Euro Titans McLaren. Aidan Winchester in the 787 is in 8th, Tony Garona 9th. And Jan Bettentrup in 10th there in the number 6. 789 exclusive cars run into further trouble down the line there. They've dropped quite a few positions from the race start. Staying on board then with Marcus Carlos. You see a clear line of sight to the cars ahead of him there. An all McLaren affair heading into 130R. Right behind him though is Jack Giles. Getting into the Casio Triangle, so it's been a great start by NLR Esports. They've managed to forge quite the gap. It's now going to be the battle of those remaining positions in the top 6, and at the back with the best seat in the house at the moment is Marcus Carlos in MSA's 414 Ferrari. You can see the cars already filtering into single file traffic there as we head down to turns 1 and 2 again after our opening lap saw quite a bit of chaos ensue for quite a few of the teams there. One of the Euro Titans cars has run into trouble with the 314. The 789 exclusive car ran into trouble down in turns 10 and 11. You see here it's going to be a bit of an interpersonal conflict here between Mastromaro and Carlos. 2 drivers of the same team here, but Mastromaro's back end already flailing through the S's. The McLaren's not really coping super well with the direction changes right now. The Ferrari's just having a stick in behind. I hope they don't get caught up in any mistakes made by the cars ahead of them. Going into the Degner curves, you can see it's quite a nasty kick it gives them on the right-hand side. And a bit of dust gets kicked up, I should say, in the faces of the drivers behind them every time that happens. Oh, that was one of the Euro Titans cars. That was the Aston. That's Ian Skeen down the line there. He's dropped a few positions. He's now behind Adam Dick there in the Thatch GT car. And we're now on board with Bass PW, who's got Kieran Rodd in his sights as we head down turns 10 and 11 here at the hairpin. That has been a bit of a strange one. That was at Degner, so like I said, not the first, not the last time that we're going to see something like that happen. The Degner curve is an absolute killer on this track. Got the respective out-spoon curve. This is Giovanni Battiali in the 113. In their sights is the number 1 of Toby Cyril and Martin van Manen. Very, very close here. Could we really consider that to be the battle for 11th? Unsure at this time. Andre Damrat still leads us then. So we'll be looking further around the field here to see where our next battles are coming from. It could very well be towards the back of the top 10 here. You can see the Jack Giles, Aidan Winchester and Tony Garona further ahead of these two on screen. These three on screen, I should say, are very, very close to one another. Let's actually go and try and get on board here with the battle of P2. Patrick Segech was looking to make this a very lofty centre. The insiders backed out of it against Elmas Mikkelsens. This could explode into some proper wheel-to-wheel combat very, very soon. It's a very tough section of the track to be challenging for as well. At the moment, the battle between Segech and Mikkelsens is beginning to kick off here. We head down towards Dunlop. And all the time that they're battling, Damrat is just going to continue to peel away here. They're 2.7 seconds up the field already. That's just going to keep opening the more these two trip over each other. Heading into the Degner curves. Leading what is a growing train of cars here, all in contention for second place at the time being. It's a mostly two-sided affair here. So you say that, caught up in the middle of it, looking surprisingly like an exclusive car, is Adam Saunders. A privateer is caught right in the thick of a battle between two massive teams, Exclusive and MSA. So really punching above their weight here. Tempest are giving us a show to remember for the privateers, for the ones at home. As we head down into Spoon, Saunders is still at the moment in 4th, could be challenging for 3rd in the time coming. Mikkelsens is going to run it to the outside. It's going to give him a better line of the second half of Spoon to send him rocketing down. I think it's the national pit straight for Japan here. You can see that is the second set. They start some of the other races from here. Down towards 130R then. Segech is closing in 0.4 of a second at the moment between the two McLarens as we head through 130R. There's a real newfound lease on life here for the 417. Revitalized was a previously Lamborghini lineup, and now a completely all-new lineup in the McLaren has given them a real new walk on life here. In the background as well, Saunders is starting to do battle with Matteo Mastromaro. Just quickly see what's going on with these two as we head into the first curve here. Segech still looking to attack from the inside. He's got a very good look at it there. He's almost washing out in turn 2 was Elmas Mikkelsens. In the background though, things are getting very spicy between Adam Saunders and Matteo Mastromaro. Right behind both of them is Marcus Carlos. See, even further behind them is a battle between Tony Garona, Aidan Winchester and Jack Giles. Euro Titans versus Exclusive versus MSA. And you can see Jan Bettentrup makes that a 4-car battle. We can see Toby Cyril was closing in fast as well. So we've got 5 teams all at arms with one another. That's Segech though. That's Segech up ahead. That's a yellow flag down at the Degner curves. That's crisis for Patrick Segech. Oh no, that's horrible to see. He was very, very close on it against Mikkelsens. That's going to be a breath of fresh air for Elmas Mikkelsens, but that is an utter disaster for Patrick Segech. Flew too close to the sun there, got washed out in the Degner. That is an absolute killer section of the track here. We'll stay on board then with Aidan Winchester. He's got a very nice seat in the house here of a multi-team battle. All of these massive, massive groups meet as it was written We're on the battlefields of Japan. Jack Giles is leading this battle for P6 against Aidan Winchester. He's got a pretty clear line of sight for it here. It's the battle of 6. Could we see him try and take it to the inside at 130 eyes? Jack Giles going to try and run him around the outside. He is going to try for it, but he's not going to get the positioning just yet. Could he find it back as we get to the Casio Triangle? Tony Garona was looking for a position on him as well. It could still be 2 abreast between these two. Garona is really trying for it here. Elbows out through the Casio. But no dice there. Aidan Winchester is going to move up into 6th position. Jack Giles relegated down to 7th. Marcus Carlos, you can see there, is closing in on Mastromaro and Adam Saunders, who has now moved up into the podium positions. It's going to be a very joyous start to this race for the privateer team Tempest Motorsports. And we've had trouble down at the Casio Triangle. That's the 7-Eleven, so that is the Paul Ralph team that's run into some trouble there. Let's see if we can try and catch on board with what's gone on further down the line here. 7-Eleven has run into some trouble. This is the 854. We're hoping to maybe get a look at what went on, but I think the 7-Eleven is now making its way, yes, into the pit lane. You can see from the right-hand side there. So it's going to be 3 positions for the cars behind him. And Ricky Doney appears to be... Now, we did say this was the car with trouble. And they're 28th at the moment. We don't know what Doney's ambitions are going into the latter half of this race, but at the moment they're staying out. Further down the line, there looks to be even more fighting going on here. This is just behind the 20th position. Holding on to that 20th is James Robertson. Sanna Verstappen and Sebastian Turner are right behind him. So is Jake Goldman. Further ahead of him there, Michael Rushton, Bass PW and Harry Palmer. But Robertson's getting... Oh, it's getting very nasty there. 3 cars caught up in the mix. We saw it was started off with a tail swing. And that just ended in absolute disaster. So coming out of the Degner again, this 2 set of corners has been killing more drivers than any other section of the track here. Robertson gets a little bit tail happy, catches a bit of the grass, swings again. He just can't avoid it in time. Verstappen clonks to the back end of Robertson. That catches both Goldman and Turner. Goldman comes out of it unscathed. Turner gets collected in the fray of it. That is unfortunate. Michael Rushton runs into some trouble as well on the way down to Spoon. They're going to get going again. There's been plenty of yellow flags out for that middle and final. It's not been a fun day for some of these drivers already. This is the look from the back of those top 10 positions. Just outside of it is Benjamin Matthews having to deal with Patrick Segech on an enraged journey back up to the top 10. Further ahead of him, Toby Cyril, Jan Bettenswap and Jack Giles all doing battle here. Let's see if we can get an on board with what's going on back there from the perspective of Cyril at the back of this 3-car battle. He's going to do what looks to be a double overtake just as we caught him there. A little bit of contact between all 3 of them, but through goes Toby Cyril. That's magnificent stuff to see down at the first curve. Capitalised on their mistakes there. A little bit of rubbing and pushing there from all 3 drivers, but getting it done in the end just as we've caught them. What a move by Toby Cyril. They're up to 8th. Did not think we'd be seeing a double overtake this early on in the race. We're only just over 10 minutes through, and what a move that was. Jan Bettentrup eyeing up Jack Giles as a target here for 9th position. Behind them there, Benjamin Matthew and Patrick Segech. Onto the Degner we go. No troubles this time around. Catch here with Kieran Rodd. Maybe we spoke too soon. Some drivers are getting a little bit happy with the curbs there. That could come back to bite them pretty hard if I remember correctly. So the battle of P3, as it were. Matteo Mastromaro versus Adam Saunders. 2 names we're all too familiar with now here on TRTN. We'll watch with the perspective of the attacking car, Mastromaro. Teammate Virolainen. The battle of P3. He's got the slipstream down in a 130R, but he just can't eye up a move too early on. You see he's actually washed out to the outside there. You see Marcus Carlos is hanging back. He doesn't want to get caught up in whatever happens if these 2 splash into each other here. He just doesn't want to get any of that splash damage. Just not necessary at this leg of the race. So at the moment, Damrat's still leading. Mikkelson's in 2nd there, making his way away from the battle of those podium positions. Saunders v Mastromaro v Carlos. The back of the top 5. Already drama, already controversy. But what a start we've had. And not even 15 minutes in to a 4-hour race. Settle in for this kind of rhythm, ladies and gents, because that is exactly what you're getting. We've got trouble again down at turn 1. That's, I believe, the number 13 car. The Super Swedes have run into trouble. See here, trying to make their way back on track. We're watching the perspective of Bass PW and the Thatch GT323. There is Benjamin Matthew down to 17th position. They were in the top 10 for some time. That is a bitter end to their run of the top 10 this early on in the race. This is Ian Skeen, who we saw had some trouble at the race start through Degner Curve, but is making their way towards the top 10. Ahead of them is Giovanni Battiali. Behind them is Adam Dick, new driver for the False Group Esports Privateer team. I must say as well, for what variety we've had plenty of interesting drives here already. We've had privateers battling with big teams. We've had big teams finally getting a 1-per-1 driver duel. We've had plenty of things to discuss so far. I really do hope it keeps this rhythm for the rest of the race. See if we can actually go on board there with... We're going to try and catch Master Maro, but we've just got the perspective here of Jan Bettentrup, who is right now in danger by the approaching McLaren of Patrick Segech. Fortunately, that top end of the BMW is just giving him what he needs here. But is it going to be enough to defend from Segech going into the Casio? Segech isn't... Oh, he wasn't looking for a move there, but I think he's going to get one anyway because Bettentrup's gone into the back of Jacques Gilles. That has not helped him at all. Gilles is going to maintain his position, but Segech is now alongside Bettentrup. A little bit of wheel banging there. A very upset Bettentrup, as it seems. So 2 abreast on the run down towards turn 1. What can the BMW do from this position? He wants to hold on to 10th, but by God, he's not going to be able to, because going down into 11th is Jan Bettentrup after a disastrous run through the Casio triangle. He's going to be very, very upset with that. A very simple mistake has undone his chances there at a top 10 this early on in the race. He's now going to have to try and play on the attacking towards the end of this stint. Looking around here for where our next battles are coming from, we can still see things are a close affair between Saunders and Mastromaro. These two have each other matched at the moment. No one driver seems to hold supreme advantage per lap here, save for the fact that Saunders is in third and Mastromaro isn't. These two just can't gain nor lose ground. Pit lane already has a few attendees in it, among them the number 13 Super Swede car with a very early pit stop. Ricky Doney's also in the number 3. That could be the end of XRL's number 3 endeavours. Of course, we were made aware of that critical failure in hardware. That's going to undo their chances of finishing this race. It's going to be a very bitter end to their performance. Otherwise, what was a respectable enough chance here in Suzuka, undone by technical malfunction. Stay on board with Mastromaro over the course of this lap. I believe we could potentially see something here as heading down the opening pit straight. He's got the adage of that slipstream. He'll be able to just keep himself nice and close. It's only about a 10th difference in the course of that last lap to the benefit of Saunders. We can see just how much ground Mastromaro makes into turn 1 and 2. He's having to give it a little touch on the brakes, a little bit of cadence braking mid-corner to keep his car from understeering. That's scrubbing a little bit of time away. I think it's the difference between braking earlier and braking later. Saunders has a lot more control by the halfway mark of that corner. Mastromaro doesn't, so he's going to make a little bit of an extra sacrifice for some of that distance. It's going to end up neutralising itself over the course of a single corner, let alone a race. We've got yellow flags, I would say, but white flags for the 417 car. That's one of the MSAs up the road there on the opening straight. Something had to have gone on for Segech. Nonetheless, we'll stay on board with Mastromaro. Rolling out to turn 11. Towards turn 12 we go. Rushing out wide there. Mastromaro's just caught in the dirty air of Saunders. This is the advantage Saunders pulls out in that final sector, just where a lot more precision is required in what seems like relatively imprecise corners of the track, very wide sweeping corners, but refine that dirty air really does catch on. It creates a lot more of that understeer the drivers are desperately trying to avoid per lap. And that's what's keeping Mastromaro at arm's length at the end of every single lap here. He's trying desperately to regain some of that distance in the Casio Triangle. That's going to eventually harm his performance at the end of the day. We've seen the Casio Triangle takes indiscriminately, just like the Degner. Mastromaro really has to buy his chances every time he goes into that section, flying over the curbs as he does. For the time being, it's the end of the battle for P3. Catch up with them later on. We look across the track here to see where our next battles are coming from. Jack Giles there, up into the top 10. Still ahead of Jan Bettentrup. Very little between there, 4/10 of a second. The BMW's got better straight line speed. You can see in the last lap it was 4/10 faster than Giles. The Euro Titan car is giving it a very, very good go here. After that nasty back-end collision at the Casio Triangle from Bettentrup, undercooking their brakes. See what this battle has in store for us here. The battle of 9th position between Jack Giles and Jan Bettentrup. We've been sorely undone on that argument of the top, the bottom 50%. There's actually a lot of ambition has come from the top 50, more so than we've expected. It's definitely towards the back of the top 10 where people are making the start of those ambitious moves. No one wants to be at the back of the top 10 at the end of the race. No one realistically comes away from an endurance race satisfied. Oh yes, we finished 8th position. All of these drivers are going to be pushing as hard as they can now, going into the second half of their first stint of this race. You can see that ambition on display between these two. Jack Giles is pushing. He's trying to catch up to Toby Cyril, but at the same time he's having to juggle his priorities, defending against Jan Bettentrup, who's already been giving him a little bit of grief since the race start there. He's been constantly pressuring him. He's been faster in that last lap. The BMW, especially as we exit Spoon here, has got just so much straight line speed that Giles has to put in near perfect laps by his own standard just to keep the distance lively between himself and the BMW, because we can see here, he'll close that time down. The BMW does have better straight line speed. It's just going to start reeling him in now in this section of the track. You see the Bettentrup is definitely demonstrating a little bit more hesitance now through Casio than he was in the laps before. He was getting very ambitious with how he tackled the last 3 corners of this track. You can see it's done him well enough because it's put him 2/10 back into the fight of it here, but it's 2/10 that he is still nonetheless lost to Giles on that last lap. So even though he's making the time to put himself at arm's length down the opening straight, he's losing time everywhere else. This is where Giles is really able to open the taps here and get some of the real juice out of that McLaren. BMW is a car that is by no means outclassed in the modern meta. It definitely is starting to show its admittedly short age. McLaren has just been an indomitable machine, one that has taken competition by absolute storm. McLaren have really, really cooked up a masterpiece of a vehicle here. You can see that in the hands of all manner of driver, it's been used as a very, very refined weapon. You can see the lights are starting to come on because it's starting to get a little bit dark out here, despite being only 3:30 p.m. local time in Japan. It's starting to get a little bit dim. Now, we did say, you know, changeable conditions are on the way. We could expect, I think it's about a 30% chance of rain over the course of this race. That is something that a lot of these drivers are going to be absolutely dreading, because some of these cars are a lot better than others when it comes to tackling wet conditions. The McLarens are not the greatest when it comes to that. It does appear to be their Achilles for a lot of it. The front engine cars like the BMW, the Mustang and the Aston get superior advantage. So there was some trouble just as we were talking with the 33 car. It was Liam Mutz behind the wheel, and Cooper Murphy as well as teammate. They appear to have ran into some kind of trouble. They're 22nd at the moment, and about 6.2 seconds from the car in front of them. They're 3.7 seconds ahead. Tristan Fraser behind them. This is Adam Dick in the 296, chasing Ian Skeen, 12th position. Benjamin Matthew in 26th after a very poor start to the race for Super Swede. It's not looking particularly hopeful for their chances in the Independence Championship. With a start like this, of course, nearly half an hour into the race, and they're in 26th of a 29-car race. It is a far cry of the performance they wanted coming into Suzuka. But I'm confident that, like a lot of the teams that have had poor starts, they can definitely pull it back in the time they've got on display here. This is an interesting one indeed. Con Motorsports' Tristan Fraser looking to do some damage here in the 211 Academy car of Michael Rushton with K1 Esports. Stay on board here. The Con Motorsports car. Fraser is getting close. He's getting pretty close. So the Aston's managed to find a little bit of time out of turn 18. Sander Verstappen with a damaged Ferrari there is still trying to reel in that McLaren, the 854. Noticing a pattern as well. A lot of the drivers keeping the traction control relatively high for the opening sector of the track. That first corner, it's so easy for the back end of the car to step away. Even harder still once it's stepped away for it to be regained. It's a cambered corner. It's just not easy to cope with. Fraser very nearly had a move to the inside there on Rushton. Coming out of turn 7 though, I think he's actually going to get that one in. Very nearly. Very nearly. Michael Rushton's really struggling in the opening sector of the track here. Now as we head to the Degner curves, see running wide there at turn 8, then into turn 9. He's on the ball for it. The Aston's just going to pull away. Watch that thing move. Lord have mercy. That is quite the pull away from the Aston. Now heading into turns 10 and 11. It's on the defensive already from Con Motorsports' Tristan Fraser. Now we've not been able to see much of their performance since their entry in Imola, so it is a pleasure to see for the first time them really get the guns out here and get ready for battle. Heading down in the spoon then, just waiting for the next opportunity to strike. The JP Motorsports livery there on the Con Motorsport car. It's strange when you get to see a real racing livery on one of these cars. Nonetheless, there's a bit of a snap there of oversteer that's forced Fraser out of the chances for a move down this straight towards 130R. You can see ahead of them is Liam Mutz, who we saw earlier, had a little bit of trouble in the 33 AXRL heat car. Fraser's gone over the curbs there. He's had a little bit of a bounce. It's scrubbed some speed away. Nonetheless, it's about half a second between these two. Fraser's overcooked the brakes massively, though. He's going to have to lose quite a chunk of time there correcting it. It's dropped 3 temps. Catch up with these guys later on. There is a drive-through penalty. That's for Patrick Segech in the 417, so that's gone from bad to worse for MSA's 417 car. Let's go back on board then with what is going to be the potential battle of P2. Elmas Mikkelsen is dropping time to these two here. Matteo Mastromaro and Adam Saunders. Mastromaro is getting very ambitious with his choice of traction control. Running 2. You saw a little snap of oversteer out of the Casio triangle. As a matter of fact, the fastest of the 3 in the growing battle of P2 has been the driver at the back of the podium positions, Adam Saunders with Tempest Motorsports, who has really put on a show here for the independents. Really doing battle with 2 titans of the industry. There's always a lovable underdog story when you get to see all these independents do battle. It shows that there's that individual talent. They're not backed up by any large conglomerate of teams. They've not got any network of support here. That is really just some raw driving talent. That's not to discredit what these other drivers bring to the table. I think it's always just interesting when you get to see it come from nowhere. Whereas with a lot of these teams, you can definitely go in and most of it expecting, okay, solid performance out of this team and that team and this and that, whatever. You get to see it just come from thin air like that. It's always a surprise. Let's see if we can actually go on board with Saunders here, because I think getting the car in the middle is going to give us the best possible perspective of things. That's Patrick Segech doing the drive-through penalty now in the 417. They're going to scrub a few positions here before the exit of the pit lane. So with Adam Saunders in the Tempest Motorsport. Driver lineup, of course, at Tempest. Adam Saunders, Brendan Lewis, Conor Letford, and Todd Beefgart really got their hands full in the second round of the championship here. Saunders v Mastromaro could very well be Saunders v Mickelson's pretty soon, starting to draw into that coveted second gap. Heading down the opening straight here, though, in the slipstream. There is Matteo Mastromaro, who's been eyeing up a move for Lord knows how long now. Very eager to get back into the podium positions. Number 13 car is still making progress, and it's been one that's been observed in the background for some time, the comeback story of the number 13 car. They've still got the independent championship to try and lead here, but it's been a very troubled start to the race. But with 3.5 hours on the table here, they've definitely got it in them to come back and lead in the independents. But right now, the story of the independent paddock is this car right here, the number 30 Tempest Motorsports. An unmistakable story of it. Now, as we just come in to about half an hour of racing already, acclimatised for, Andre Damrat leads with these three drivers at the moment taking up the rest of the top four. Elmas Mikkelsen's in second with Adam Saunders third, Matteo Mastromaro in fourth. In Winchester in fifth with Tony Garona in sixth, Marcus Carlos seventh with Toby Cyril in eighth position, Jack Giles in ninth, and Jan Bettentrup in the number 6 rounding out the top 10. In 11th is Giovanni Badiali with Adam Dick in 12th. Ian Skeen in 13th with Harry Palmer in 14th, Jake Goldman in 15th with Kieran Rodd in 16th, Bass PW in 17th with Lewis Richards in 18th, Nick Mashk in 19th, Liam Mutz in the top 20. So a very solid start by the all-new lineup at the 33 for AXRL. They've already made their way into the top 20 positions after a troubled qualifying. Michael Rushton's in 21st with Tristan Fraser 22nd, Patrick Saget in 23rd, a far cry for the position they wanted to start in. Sander Verstappen in 24th, Sebastian Turner 5th, Benjamin Matthew in the 13th. He's in 26th. A long way to go, but a long race left. James Robertson in 27th. Martin Pesty in 28th. Ricky Donny in 29th position. Back on board, though, the battle of P3. Matteo Mastromaro was going to try it around the outside here on Adam Saunders, but catches a bit of the gravel. That's going to be a breath of fresh air for Adam Saunders. A bit of breathing space now as we head back into the S's. You see, it's starting to look a little bit gloomy here in Suzuka. I think that imminent threat of rain could be upon us in the next hour or so. I think a lot of the drivers are keeping that in the back of their minds, that when things are already going kind of bad, it's only going to get worse from here. Of course, the chances still rest at around 30%, so it is a real roll of luck here if we get a full dry race. Very well held so far, though, by Adam Saunders. We'll catch up with them later. Next is Jack Giles, you can see is still running from Jan Bettentrup. He's up in 9th. Bettentrup is still giving him grief, but Giovanni Badiali with K1 Esports looks to be making a 10th position drive. Let's see if we can catch on board with Badiali from 11th position. Badiali and teammate Archie Bowen have got their hands full from 11th position, chasing NLRL Esports' number 6 sister car, Kelvin Castens and Jan Bettentrup. So they're kind of all over the shop there. The BMW is trying to shake some of the slipstream off the Ferrari. They know that in a straight line the Ferrari can't match them, but in the corners, especially as time has been wearing rather cruelly on that BMW, the Ferrari can still keep track in the corners. Heading out of Spoon, you can see exactly where this gets demonstrated. He's in the slipstream, not that it's helping him. The BMW is just taking off. So heading to 130R, this is where the Ferrari's going to be able to try and make some of that time back, but it's to no avail. Both of them are understeering through 130R. It still leaves Jack Giles in the best position possible as we head to the Casio Triangle. Things got dangerously close there between Bettentrup and Giles. That may invite Badiali in for a strike here as we head down the pit straight. I think there's a little snap there of oversteer between the two. So let's go back on board with what is the state of affairs going on between Jack Giles and Jan Bettentrup as things still get very, very close to one another. Giles to the defensive line there through turn 1 and 2 is going to force Bettentrup to compromise as we head to the S's. That invites Badiali to get closer and closer over the course of this coming lap. But into the S's we go with Jack Giles. Teammate Freno Radic will be next into the car after the end of this stint, 26 minutes from now. See there, Jack Giles just has so much more grip available at his disposal there in the McLaren as we head now down to Degner. Bettentrup is really starting to struggle. You see the BMW just got nothing left to give, where there was a lot more fight in it and subsequently in Bettentrup. There's just not a lot left to give there. Understeering pretty harshly. That's going to invite Badiali in for a move. They're side by side as we head to turn 12. Let's actually see if we can get a look here. What's going on behind? Bettentrup's going to maintain advantage on Badiali. Let's go back then and see what on earth is going on here between Badiali and Bettentrup. As Bettentrup's to the outside, he's run off the track there at Spoon. That's going to invite Giovanni Badiali up into 10th position for K1 Esports. A bit of an anti-climax of a battle there, but I think Bettentrup's definitely got some fight now that he's in the slipstream of that Ferrari. Straight line speed's not to the benefit of Badiali, but is Bettentrup going to really think of a lunge to the inside of 130 on? No, he isn't. He's going to wait for his opportunity to strike. That usually comes here at the Casio Triangle because he's braking early, nice and early, no risk involved between these two. He's learnt from his mistakes in the previous couple of takes of this set of corners in the race before. But Gio, it is a very tough challenge now. In the battle of 10th position here, things heating up between NLR and K1, who are only separated by a single point in the team's championship, so there is a lot to play for here. Of course, NLR still leading this race, courtesy of the number 5. Their sister car has really got its hands full trying to defend NLR's honour here from K1 Esports. With Badiali, it's been just incredibly well placed. It's using the strengths of the Ferrari against your opponents here. It's been very well played. Playing chess, not checkers, this one. Badiali, very, very clever. Catch up with them later on then. Is our race leader, Andre Damrat, who is quickly settling into a quiet drive here in Japan. It has been such a comfortable performance for the number 5 team. Very low stress involved. It seems like just one of these once in 100 drivers that are just naturally this fast. It's a bit of a cheeky cut over the Casio, but we saw this during the qualifying runs and the practice runs, I should say as well. It's one of those 1 in 100 performances, and I've seen maybe a handful of drivers appear from... This is no discredit to NLR Esports. I've just never had the pleasure of seeing them compete before this championship. And it's one of those things, you see a driver pop up out of thin air, pops up on your radar, and they are just phenomenally fast. There's a handful of drivers in the history of our broadcasting on TRTN that have been able to really wow me in such a way. You've had drivers like Hayden Prodger, who's competing in tomorrow's Sunday League, and back in the Formula 1 and rally times, was unbelievably fast. And you just wonder, where on earth do they find that kind of pace from? It's just determination. It's practicing, living and breathing this track and sport. And that's exactly what we've got from Andre Damrat. It just seems like he can approach whatever situation at hand and take it effortlessly. He's just far and away a different league here. Sometimes it makes you wonder what planet they find these drivers on, because they are absolutely alien to some of the other drivers. So that's no disrespect to the other drivers on this grid. It's just that you get, like I say, a 1 in 100 chance, really. And this is it. So, having a look around, what's going on in the rest of the grid, I do wonder. I'm sure all of you are wondering at home. Well, looking back through our top 10, Mastromaro and Saunders have settled into a nice rhythm here. Nothing has really been won or lost between the two of them. It's pretty much exactly where we left them. This is, on the topic of 1 in 100 drivers, you've got a pretty decent assortment of them right here in the top 5. Cherry picked from some of the finest series going on console. These drivers, they know their stuff now, and we've seen their performances firsthand. We've seen Mickelson's race before. We've seen Mastromaro race before. And we've seen Saunders race before. He was the TRR Sprint Series champion in Season 4. It was a phenomenal drive, one that took competition by absolute storm. It is a fantastic culmination of so many different stories entering the melting pot that is this championship. We get to see so many careers clash heads and cross paths. It's something that only a series like this can do for you. A lot of history on this grid. A lot of history we know firsthand. A lot of history that I'm sure plenty of you know of as well. Staying on board with Mastromaro as he eyes up Saunders into the Degner curve, which I think most people have now got a comprehensive understanding of what to and what not to do on turn 8 and 9. Around 20 minutes time we'll get to see the bulk of our pit stops, see some new faces enter the track. See the perspective of the car in second place as well, just out of view for the battle of these two. Here's Elmas Mikkelson's. He's got a nice comfortable gap there of 1.1 seconds. You mustn't get too comfortable. Complacency is exactly what's undone races like this beforehand for such a comfortable position on track. I think letting these two trip over each other and try and jostle for space on track is going to be the going rate here. I think Mikkelsen just has to knuckle down now and focus on their own times, which I think is exactly what they've been doing. You can see their last lap was not too far away from their overall best. So they've been trying to hit for the same benchmark here since the word go. And it is doing them a rather comfortable job at the moment, just to be out of range of these two. Of course, three fundamentally different drivers, different attitudes, but the same car, the 720S Evo, which, as mentioned before, has just took competition by storm. You can't spit without it hitting a 720S on a paddock now. It is just absolutely omnipresent in the sport. Whether it's on console, whether it's on PC, I'm sure if they could release this game on Switch, you'd see a handful of these things as well. You just can't avoid McLaren in GT3. It is their lifeblood. Outside of Formula 1, Grand Touring is McLaren's bread and butter. It is something they've done almost effortlessly well. It's Patrick Segech in the 417. Damaged nose. Now, this could factor into their pit stop later down the line. Could this be adding more time to their upcoming pit stop when he swaps over for Jan Gruber? That is really going to be something they're weighing up. Of course, that is sizable damage, and it will be creating a little bit of excess drag on the nose of that McLaren. You can see that Cooper Murphy's just made their way onto track there, swapping out for teammate Liam Mutz in the 33. Now they're behind Segech on screen here. Hayden Winchester and the 787, they're making their way around 130R, 1.4 seconds away from being inside the top 5 there, currently guarded by the 414 of Marcus Carlos. There's Tony Garona trailing them by 3.7 seconds. Behind them, Toby Cyril by 1.6 seconds. So we're settling into a nice pattern here. We're not too far away from each other, but just far away to where we're not expecting any imminent battles of position inside the top 10. We can see, however, a battle for position here inside the top 15. In 15th and 14th is Jake Goldman and Ian Skeen. Aston Martin versus McLaren, a British civil war. The two different drivers here, the American Jake Goldman and the Brit Ian Skeen. Stay on board with Goldman in the 789. Got a sizable objective here of getting past the Aston Martin. Now, the thing is about the Aston, it really knows how to make that back end wide when it comes to defending. And I know firsthand from having raced both against and in one that this is a very easy car to put in the right place on a defensive performance. So all Skeen really has to do is just be on the racing line, and there'll be enough space covered by that monstrous rear quarter for the Aston just to keep Goldman off his heels. Try as he may, he just can't get around the eclipse that is the Aston Vantage. He's hoping soon as well, with some of the rumours of updates coming to ACC, that we get to see the Evo package for the Aston Martin. Of course, that's done them a great service in the hands of the Heart of Racing team in the world of endurance racing. They were able to use that package to win at the Lone Star Le Mans last year, so it is an effective package. It'll be a lively update for what has definitely been the community's favourite first car, the Aston. I see a lot of drivers, when they make their way into the sport, choose the Aston Martin. It's the most approachable package. It's easy to pick up, hard to master. I think that's the sort of philosophy most people go with. And the Aston is definitely one of the more comfortable cars. It definitely sacrifices overall pace for some of that controllability, but the Aston really shines in the rain, which I'm sure is what Skeen is hoping for today, because that turns into an absolute battleship when the rain starts hitting the tarmac, and it just starts making so much more time. From first-hand experience, racing on a wet or flooded track in an Aston is a breeze. It's like racing on a cold track. You barely notice the loss of grip. The Aston is just so comfortable for a condition like that. At the moment, Goldman's really struggling to get around Skeen for 14th place here as we get to Casio. Sealander has subscribed with Prime. Thank you very much. All contributions are greatly appreciated. We appreciate your patronage. Reminds me of the Boatley. Now this is a funny you should say. I am a strong advocate for seeing more drivers pick the Bentley, but no one wants to. You see it on PC all the time, that you see more unorthodox choice of vehicle, the Nissan and Bentley especially. It's just the way the game handles the balance, the car, and the way that you get different balance of performance on PC. I'm really hoping in the near future we can get to see that on console. I really hope I shouldn't have to go all the way over to PC, more so than I have already, to see more of that vehicle variety. You can't blame these drivers for picking what is obviously the best choice, like the McLaren, the Mustang, the Ferrari, and the BMW. It's just a matter of circumstance. The Bentley is a grand car, both figuratively and literally. It is a monster. And I hope to see more teams use it in the future. I think if a team were to join in right now and use the Bentley, they would get so much more attention than I think they'd want. Mostly from me. At the moment, though, our attention is placed firmly on the battle between Skeen and Goldman. See if we can go on board with Skeen and get the perspective of the defending car in this battle. See, that's Adam Dick just quickly there battling with Jan Bettentrup. See if we can find Skeen here. It is horrible having to try and navigate these menus, I tell you. One of the worst parts of the job. Where on earth could Skeen be? There he is. And it's side by side with Goldman right now as we head to 130R. Jake Goldman could really be pressuring here for around the outside movement. I think he is actually going to go for it. Skeen's having to slot in behind. So there goes Jake Goldman up into what is now 13th position. It was for the battle of 14th. Skeen's in 14th, is maintaining a 14th position. But that extra position is out of the fray. Right behind them there is a driver who's already taken their pit stop, the 777 NRW Performance Ferrari of Jörg Masserat. So a very interesting change of fate there as we tried to cut across the Skeen. Now drops down to 14th, well, stays in 14th but drops a position. Try and wrap that around your head. Fast PW there on his own in 15th position. Kieran Rod 5.4 seconds behind. The next car on track was Ian Skeen, who's 23.5 seconds up the field. So this is the battle of newcomer Adam Dick against Jan Bettentrup. He's racing for False Group Esports. Now, there is still that naming discrepancy between False Group Esports, who maintain the original FGE logo, and Fatch GT Esports, who are the successors of FGE. So it does leave us in a very strange position to discuss who is the real FGE. Is it the False Group Esports team of Patrick Leisure and Adam Dick, or is it the Fatch GT Esports team of drivers like Niels Basler, Mario Reutiers, Anton Tomenka, Bas PW, Levi Warner, you know, the list goes on, Wilson Gigi as well, you know, it's who is really the sole heir of that title. Nonetheless, though, we'll stay on board on what is going to be the battle of P10 in the closing moments of our first stint here before we get to see some of our pit stops take effect between Bettentrup and Dick. Down into 130R. Just buying his chances there through turn 18. So the BMW is an absolute tank. It's able to roll over most of these high-end curbs and just not really suffer much of the stability loss that the mid-engine cars like the Ferrari would suffer over such duress. You can see exactly where Adam Dick is gaining time in the corners there. The mid-engine Ferrari is giving him a lot more of a spring in his step in those corners. This late on, though, Bettentrup's completely locked in. I don't believe that Adam Dick has got much a chance here with 10 minutes to go. Bettentrup's got a sole goal in mind, that is just get the car to the pits. A unitary goal there for the number 6. This is Cooper Murphy, who we saw exit the pit lane not long ago. They're in 27th, 7 positions to make up to where they were last time round. They have no effort really required to do so. All they've got to do is just stay out on track now. They've done their mandatory pit stop for this hour. They've got 65 more minutes until their next pit stop. Down over Stecke, Michael Rushton for company in 22nd and 23rd position towards the end of the first stint here. Not close enough yet for it to... It could actually very well be a battle as the Aston is gaining time to the Ferrari. I'll just quickly stay on board then with Stecke and Rushton. Andrea Casciotti is exiting the pits in the 113. We weren't actually made aware that they were going to be competing. We checked our entry list and it still said that Archie Bowen was going to be competing, but Casciotti is in and driving the 113K1 car. The perspective right now is that of Sander Verstappen, teammate Wilson Gigi as well, on his first drive in the Endurance Championship. The 223 is under siege here by the Academy car of K1, number 211 of Michael Rushton. Down into the Degner curves then. Rushton goes very wide there onto the gravel. Ahead, that's Martin Pesti and Andrea Casciotti. Jörg Masserat here looking to unlap himself from Ian Skeen. Jake Goldman's made 4 seconds up the field since that pass down at 130R. Masserat has been pressuring Skeen to try and get himself unlapped from 25th position. Now, having seen Jörg Masserat's performance firsthand throughout the years, you know that he is one tough cookie to crack. And he will stay right on Skeen until Skeen cracks first. And usually is that the case where Masserat likes to put himself right in the pressure zone until the car ahead of him, regardless of what position, whether it's lapping, unlapping, or for position, cracks like fine china. That's the case though, will Skeen crack. The 13's run into more trouble, this time down towards 130R. This is Andre Damrat leading the race then after nearly an hour covered. 25 laps far and away gone, a dominant drive. I think we could realistically expect here, if nothing else, would be a victorious drive for Damrat this time round yet again. That number 5 has been just far and away gone. Now Now looking at the perspective of Toby Cyril as he follows Tony Garona around 130R. MSA and K1 here in the closing minutes of the final, well not the finals, the first stint. Get ahead of ourselves just there. Still got 3 hours and 7 minutes of racing to contend with. Garona's had a bit of trouble around Casio, but Cyril's had to follow suit, slamming on the anchors there of that Mustang. See, the trouble has hit the Degner yet again. I believe there. Actually, no, it hasn't. This is for the number 66 car. I was running to try. Oh no, yes, it is at the end of the Degner. Sorry, I'm schizophrenic. The number 6 car, the 66, that's Lewis Riches with the Fuens team. You can see they're just hanging off of the right-hand side there in the gravel. That could very well be an early retirement for Lewis Riches. It doesn't look like substantial damage. I think he's just waiting for the greater majority of cars to clear. But no response. He's not taking the car down in the first. I don't really think he's going to be moving anytime soon. Unresponsive for the time being. We were told as well that the 114 is in a battle. But with whom, for that matter? Oh yes, with Cooper Murphy. This is James Robertson, the 114 K1 Esports Mercedes, doing battle with Cooper Murphy, the number 33 AXRL Heat Ferrari, already having served their pit stop. Robertson's yet to have served their first. So now it's going to be an interesting dichotomy here. Murphy v Robertson. Cooper Murphy's first endurance race here on NLRL as well, so this is an inaugural drive for the young Australian. Stay on board then. The battle of 26th. James Robertson versus Cooper Murphy. You see that Murphy's got a lot more life in that Ferrari. You can see he's just gaining all of his time in corners. The tyres really withering on the Mercedes. It was a bold choice, to say the least, to choose a Mercedes in the modern meta for ACC. And of course, it used to be properly up there. Right now, the triple lineup of Robertson alongside James Mason and Scott Milbank on their first endurance race could have proven to be a bad choice here for Suzuka. I feel a lot of teams were considering those vehicle changes. You can see Robertson's just losing grip. But it's been enough, though, to keep himself ahead of Cooper Murphy, who's playing things hesitantly. He's playing it by eye here, waiting for one crucial mistake, hoping not to make one himself here, to get himself an easy 25th position. He knows all he has to do now is just stay around Robertson. Robertson's yet to have pitted. It's going to be a free position. So whether or not he chooses to take it now or later. Heading around Spoon, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. It's just a lot of understeer. He's having a cadence brake all the way through Spoon to keep some of that ideal grip. Even then is washing out. Murphy is still just right on him. Head down to 130R. The Mercedes still has the Ferrari pipped for straight line speed. The AMG engines are among the most formidable in class, alongside the Ford Performance 5.4 litre, and of course, above all, the BMW 4 litre, which has just been an absolute powerhouse for straight line. Here we can see coming out of the Casio Triangle, this could be the time to shine here for Cooper Murphy on his first endurance race. So heading down the opening straight here in Suzuka, he's going to get all the way in the slipstream. He's going to try and take it to the inside on Robertson, but what is Robertson going to be able to do here as we head down to turn 1 and 2? He manages to snip it off there, but into turn 2, is he going to leave enough room for Murphy? No, he doesn't. He's still squeezing him out. He's not letting him have 25th easy. He's got around 3 minutes before he makes his way into the pit. It's incredibly close between Robertson and Murphy now. Robertson's putting on a solid defensive performance, but for how much longer can he maintain the pressure here? Cooper Murphy's got new tyres and a fresh mindset for this. He wants in and he wants past. Absolutely loitering over the back end of that Mercedes. Heading to the Degner then, highest pressure section of the track here. Plenty of spin outs before. We've got high pressure in this battle already, taking it a little bit wide around turn 8. Into turn 9 we go. It's done rather nicely between these two. They've kept it pretty even between the pair of them. Is it going to be enough heading to turns 10 and 11? A very short braking zone. Cooper Murphy still eyeing it for the inside. There's contact. There's contact between Cooper Murphy and James Robertson. Robertson's not going to be happy with that one. Not at all. Here comes Andre Damrat, though, to start lapping the car in 26th. See if we can get an instant replay on that. It's just a little bit too late there, but nicked around the back end going into turn 11. James Robertson is not going to be happy with that one. Looking around, where our next battle's coming from. There's plenty of cars in the pit lane towards the end of the opening stint now. One of them that isn't in the pit lane is the driver on screen here, Ian Skeen, who is yet to swap out for teammate Aaron Williams in the 696. They're slowly making their way up the order through grit and determination here, as they did back in Imola. Qualifying's not been their strong suit so far this season, but racing certainly has. And they've been able to really put themselves in the right place at the right time. And after one mishap down at Degner, that's really been the bulk of their problems all race. It has been a pretty bog standard drive, and sometimes that's good enough. They've not been putting in times that you could consider like particularly remarkable. That's no offense to them. They've just been doing everything as good as needs be. And I think for a lot of people, you tend to forget you don't have to go on a Schumacher-esque Grand Prix drive to start winning endurance races, even to get good positions in endurance races. It's consistency. That's something that a lot of people, especially when they're new to the sport, don't seem to clock. They seem to think, I need to be Grand Prix pace every lap or I will lose. Yes, only if you're in like top level all the way up 10 grand money pool esports, but this isn't that. Okay, this is console. That's no disrespect to the ability of any of these drivers, but let's just say I'm not filming this in a stadium and you're not watching surrounding a group of LAN players watching them play this. Some of these drivers really do have to just clock in for that consistency. And that's exactly what we get to see out of drivers like Ian Skeen. You can never fault them on being inconsistent. It's just not in their DNA to be that way. They hit exactly what times they need to, when they need to. That's what got them good positions. That's what got them second in the championship. They know exactly what needs to be done. Having a look around the field here, things are very close. Between the lapped car, or attempting to unlap themselves car, of Patrick Segech, and now in the driver's seat, Louis Baptiste, who we tried to get a word out of earlier. We'll perhaps be able to get a word out of Baptiste towards the end of this race. Things just got quite hairy there at the Degner. Segech isn't happy with that one at all. Baptiste at the moment is in 9th, but of course we have quite a few drivers ahead of them that have not come into the pits just yet. Segech is really eager to get on the inside and get unlapped and get his race going again. Kelvin Castins in the number 6 NLR car has a drive-through penalty. Hayden Puttock has a stop-go 32nd. So as we kick off the second hour of racing, it's a bit of an interesting state of affairs. Plenty of drivers still out on the field, not taking their pit stop just yet. It's really going to be a gambling game to see who pulls the trigger first here, who's coming into the pits. We can see already a few drivers doing that right now on screen. Toby Cyril and Tony Garona. A little bit of argy-bargy between the pair of them though as they got into the pits. A little bit of a Hamilton and Vettel Shanghai 2011 thing going on there. So it's the race of the pit stop, and that is something I wasn't expecting to see in a GT race, and yet here I am surprised. Here's Hayden Puttock. He's got that stop-go 30 to deal with. Speeding in the pit lane, I believe. Kelvin Castins further up the road in the bright green number 6 BMW. There's a drive-through penalty. Sebastian Anfang leaving the pits there. Right behind him, making their inaugural debut, Scott Milbank. Looking around here, so the new race leader is Elmar Mikkelsens. Yet to have taken their run into the pit stops. They're trying to forge as big a gap as they can get for the time being. Stay on board with Mikkelsens in the second half of this. We'll be back in just a moment's time. though, still on board with Elmar Smicklesons. Aidan Winchester, fellow exclusive driver, 14 seconds behind. Both of them have not taken their pit stops as of yet. Looking at the wider standings now, you can see that the drivers who have already taken a pit stop and are on their second stint are starting to catch up. Marcus Carlos, Louis Baptiste and Zolt Beefgartner, that's with MSA, NLR and Tempest, are all catching up. Jack Gilles, Jay Goldman and Ian Skeen are all in the pit lane now. Let's see if we can go on board then with Louis Baptiste. Actually, hold on just a moment here, because there's plenty of drivers caught up in the maelstrom of that top 10. Look at this here. That's actually in the top 20. 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st. 4 cars in the battle of it. There was Jörg Masserat with contact with Benjamin Matthew. Scott Milbank right behind them, and Sebastian Anfang. Stay on board with Benjamin Matthew. What a interesting little group of drivers we've got here. Incredibly close stuff between Sebastian Anfang and Benjamin Matthew, who's yet to have took his pit stop and be running into the pits most likely on this lap. He's got Jörg Masserat for company and Scott Milbank. Scott Milbank, who is actually, no, he's lapped, so he's trying to unlap himself here. So it's still 3 cars in the mix of it. They're giving it proper touring car level proximity to one another here. Anfang v Matthew v Masserat. I think it's looking more in the mix to be Masserat v Anfang, with Benjamin Matthew still yet to have took their tenure in the pit lane. Benjamin Matthew, there you can see diving for it, very nearly contact there with Jörg Masserat. You can see he's took a very hefty chunk of gravel with him out of turn 18. Mario Roitiès here with Harrison Greenhalgh for company in the Euro Titans Academy car. Louis Baptiste is actually trying to make his way through here. A little bit of traffic to deal with, which he's not super happy about, despite now leading the race in the number 5. Stay on board then. It looks to be a very healthy battle indeed. Courtesy of the 3-2-3. Mario Roitiès, Harrison Greenhalgh, but Louis Baptiste actually in trouble back there. Has lost quite a bit of time because of these two getting so close to one another. There's going to be growing frustration there in the number 5. These two will not shove. Despite the blue flags being shown there, they're not budging one bit. Roitiès and Greenhalgh have a real debt to settle in 15th and 16th position. Baptiste is having absolutely none of it though. Showing him the lights there. These two have got to decide collectively who gives first. It looks like it might be Greenhalgh who's going to be submitting first to the approaching Mustang. From the perspective of Roitiès here, it's going to be easy breathing space as the Mustang starts to peel past. Really be lifting on the throttle as we get to 130R to let the Mustang get through. You can see now making his way in the centre frame is Louis Baptiste, the race leader with the number 5 on his first drive in the Endurance Series. There you go, lunging for it there. That's just given Roitiès enough time to defend from Greenhalgh. That's all gone very nicely done in the end. Could have gone very pear-shaped there by the end of this lap. Fortunately for all 3, it has not done so. So Louis Baptiste is going to escape from sight then. Our focus is still shifted on these two for the time being, having caught our eye as we scrolled through Mario Roitiès and Harrison Greenhalgh. .417 has run into some trouble at the Casio Triangle. The yellow flags were very briefly shown, then the white flags. Four tenths of a second is what divides it at the moment. Into the Degner curves we go. Roitiès v Greenhalgh. Got very close just before turn 8. As we exit turn 9, a snap of oversteer there by Roitiès. Still holding firm in the 3-2-3. See if we can get the perspective of 813 Harrison Greenhalgh, who's on his inaugural drive in the Endurance Championship. This is just quickly Benjamin Woodgate in the Super Speed car on his first drive with the team in this championship. He's got Aaron Williams attempting to lap him there from 13th. Louis Baptiste leading this race, but let's quickly try and catch on board. Oh my goodness, look at the mayhem going on here. Lapped cars, unlapped cars, cars that have yet to take pit stops. I mean, you really got a bit of everything in there, a proper variety. So here is Harrison Greenhalgh in the 813, the academy car for Euro Titans Endurance. A lot of these drivers looking to prove themselves. They've given themselves a very capable machine to do so. The BMW M4, a jack-of-all-trades vehicle in the current meta. Greenhalgh is trying to prove himself for a main drive perhaps next season or later on in this season, depending on how good his chances are here. He's really showing us what for in the case of the battle of himself. Roitiès is now going down the main straight. He's using the BMW's straight line speed to his advantage to put it side by side here. As we get down into turn one, Greenhalgh gets over the curb. It's going to force both of them a little bit wide. Roitiès is going to try and fight him back, and it's a switchback there by Roitiès. But Greenhalgh still to the inside going into the next curb, but he's having a back out of it there. That was very nicely done between both of them. It did get a little bit rubby, a little bit racy, but that is kind of the nature of GT. Grand Touring, you've got to think about it like that. These are high-end touring cars. They can afford to bash around these corners. And it was very nicely held between both of them, especially in a situation that could go very, very pear-shaped very quickly. Out of turn 7 we go then at Dunlop, down towards the Degner curves. An easy section of the track again to have trouble come your way. Neither of these two are going to struggle though this time around. Interesting dichotomy here. Roitiès, who we've seen time and time again doing battle with some new faces here. Harrison Greenhalgh alongside Tyler Vermack and Kieran Rodd in the 813. Catch up with them later on. Looking around, sizable damage there for Jan Gruber in the 417. See if we can try and catch on board with Zolt Beefgartner in the number 30 Tempest, who was right firm in the middle of this absolute mayhem battle. Lapped cars and unlapped cars alike. You see to the inside of the AMG there, that's the Ferrari of Craig Twardock, who's actually going to be fighting for position. There's a little bit of contact there out of Spoon. Nonetheless, that's going to kick Milbank behind Masserat. Twardock is 0.8, 0.9 from Zolt Beefgartner in the Tempest Motorsports McLaren. Now this is what could very quickly be the battle of P2, as Elmar Mikkelsen, as you can see there, has yet to have took a pit stop in this race. It's a long overdue pit stop for the 788 team. Sebastian Anfang being lapped there by Zolt Beefgartner. We've not seen a lot of. We didn't get to see a lot of them in Imola, the sole Hungarian of the Tempest Motorsports lineup. The rest is an all-British lineup of Brendan Roos, Adam Saunders and Connor Letford. So we've not been able to see Zolt's performance on the table just yet, but right now he's already doing a solid enough performance to keep Craig Twardock at his 6 here, and he's got his iron sights dead set on Elmar Mikkelsen's 4.3 seconds up the road here in Sector 1. Out of turn 7 we go. Keeping a very tight lid on it here. Zolt Beefgartner has quite the task ahead of him. He's in a very powerful position for a privateer team. He's going to be looking for love nor money to keep it there. See further up the road, the damaged 417 of Jan Gruber. So we're weighing up, really. Are we going to be seeing the battle of P3? What is going to be the mindset of Craig Twardock? You can see he's definitely posturing himself to be in that fighting stance. He's eyeing up a move and he's eyeing it up soon. So let's, realistically, we'll call it as the battle of third. I don't think Twardock's just going to be in fourth because he wants to. I think he's just waiting for his opportunity. He's eyeing up what Zolt is doing over the course of this lap, where his weak points are, whether or not they align with what Craig's strong points are. I'm sure that is the nature of almost every single battle, and we're just explaining it in a way that makes sense to ourselves, but that is really what's going on here. You can see he's sizing him up, sizing up his prey like a leopard in the Serengeti. And 130R then. Zolt Beefgartner goes very wide. It's going to invite Craig Twardock in. Down the Casio triangle we go, and exactly what he was waiting for there. One critical mistake allows Twadok in, and he's ever closer. He's going to put himself nearly front to rear quarter as we exit turn 18. Getting a little bit of the side draft in. Craig Twadok is now side by side and ahead. So very, very nicely done by Craig Twadok. Zolt Beefgartner now onto the offensive. We head into turns 1 and 2. Having a look around the field here. Toby Cyril and Ilkay Akilin Koglu in close proximity to one another, but again on two different strategies. Aaron Williams in 13th position, 9.3 seconds from Jake Goldman in the 789. Craig Twadok now up into third. Out of the Decnic curves we go. He's done a very, very good job sizing up Zolt Beefgartner for a move there, waiting for his opportunity to strike. Mario Roitias and Hayden Puttock looking to do battle here. Oh no, what's going on here? He's crashed into the back of Washington. That was not nice. That was not a nice thing to see, no doubt. Going through Spoon, there you can see they're side by side. Washington's hanging to the outside of Spoon. He knows these two are coming. Roitias almost pretty much pushes Puttock into Washington, slams him through the 854. That is, that's not going to be a fun day to review. It's not going to be looking particularly grand for Mario Roitias either. Having a look around the pits here to see where our next battles are coming from. Andrea Casciotti in the 113. We can actually update that graphic. That's fantastic. So there you have it. It's Andrea Casciotti in the 113. That's the first time we've ever been able to do that. When we have a driver swap and we're actually able to record it on stream. As it turns out, we had the graphic available from the season start. It was actually swapped around for Bowen at the last second and then swapped back to Casciotti. Nonetheless, he was in close proximity to Patrick Leger in the 296 False Group Esports car, but has forged out a 1.1 second gap to make it the battle of P10. Looks to be just cruising away there, very comfortably in command of the number 113 Ferrari. Louis Baptiste leading this race. And leading it by 19.5 seconds to Elmas Mikkelsen's. Let's have a look here at another battle going on. This is between another driver who's not pitted and a driver who has. This is from the perspective of the number 1 car, Toby Cyril. Yet to have swapped for Martin van Manen. Is currently looking to give it a go here on the number 416 of Ilkay Akilin Koglu. Not an easy driver to pass. Certainly not given the circumstances at play here for the number 1 car. For K1 there is definitely that anxiety surrounding being able to hold on to the number 1, which they accrued back during the time of the GHR XEC. It seems that that number 1 is still up in the air for grabs here. The 417 has retired to the pit lane after an incident down at, I believe that was 130R into Casio. Yet again, I think that could be the end of the road for the 417 on what was a very hopeful start. Has been drawn to a close here. Nonetheless, we're back with the battle of P6. Toby Cyril versus Ilkay Akilin Koglu. Ford versus McLaren as we head down through 130R. Just like we've seen in the battle with BMW and Ferrari, we get to see the strengths of mid and front engined cars go side by side. The front engine Mustang has got a lot more stability over the curbs and rougher section of the track. We'll see that down at Degner. And as for the sweeping and more technical sections of the track, it's where Akilin Koglu and his McLaren have got the upper hand. You must also consider as well that McLaren is on much newer tyres than Cyril's Mustang. was almost even there between those two. See where Killen Cogley was almost having to surf through the Degner. And Cyril, all he really had to do was just keep the anchors on. The 314 has run into trouble. That's Hayden Puttock down at Spoon Curve. And that was in a contact with Sebastian Anfang, the number 45 Spontaneous Racing BMW. So these two are actually going to run headlong into this skirmish of sorts, let's say. The 314 appears to have picked up some damage because he's lagging behind Anfang and limping his way down the straight here towards 130R. These two are going to run into him pretty shortly. By the way it's looking, the white flags are shown. Is the 314 going to try and duck out the way before 130R? Yes, they are. I believe they've teleported to the pit lane, so that could be the end of the line. The 314 of Hayden Puttock and Harry Palmer. For these two, it's only just beginning. You know, Killen Cogley and Cyril are still in the fight for the P6. In the background there from 8th position, that's Jussi Virolainen, another MSA driver in the 415, teammate of Matteo Mastromaro. For anyone tuning in on the Twitch chat, I'm wondering, so what did you get up to over the Christmas break? It was a long period between races for a lot of these drivers in the series, so a lot of people were, I think, were just chilling and having time with their families. Down through turn 10 and 11. Things getting closer between Cyril and Killen Cogley. It's tough to watch it because it is getting very close and then so far away. The 854's run into even more trouble. This is out of the 130R into the Casio Triangle. Far and away from this battle on screen at the moment. Killen Cogley runs wide. Cyril's not going to be taking advantage to the inside. He knows that gap will close up almost instantly. He heads out of Spoon. Now he's just going to stick it in the slipstream of the McLaren, knowing that it's faltering for mid-corner grip. The Mustang may just have the opportunity to do something really crazy. Heading to 130R, he's actually going to hold off of it. Going to keep putting the pressure on the McLaren, waiting for a critical mistake. Did it come at the Casio Triangle? No, but you see it's very well placed by Cyril. He's trying to get inside of Killen Cogley's head. He's putting himself just off and then back immediately onto the racing line. He's trying to force defensive performance out of Killen Cogley, knowing that the moment he compromises on his line is when he's got him. He's doing pretty much everything he can, but it doesn't appear to be working. That's inviting Jussi Virolainen in, as especially now he's burning his tyres out. Toby Cyril is in serious threat of losing the position out now to Jussi Virolainen. We're looking more at the battle of P7. He's picked up a lot of marbling over those tyres. Bear in mind the tyres already are getting pretty old for this stint. He's covered nearly an hour and a half of racing on this set. It's looking rather rough here for Toby Cyril in the number 1. He's really kept this one long, but I think now it's starting to outlive its usefulness and it's about time to come into the pits and get some new tyres. He's fought very valiantly for it though. It's whether or not he can hold on until he gets to the pit lane now is another question entirely for the number 1. See if we can try and get the perspective of Jussi Virolainen. Second half of this battle. So heading down the back straight now, you can see it's a McLaren and Ford sandwich here. MSA to the front and rear of Toby Cyril. Virolainen was looking to attack, but it's dropped a lot of time in the time it took for us to find him. And as we head around 130R, We're in a total stalemate, really, between these three. All quite evenly matched for pace. Everyone's getting very cheeky over the Casio triangle, I'm noticing. It's not just the number 5 car that we saw doing this. It's now as well plenty of other teams that have all committed the cardinal sin. See, in the actual fight of it, fastest of the trio was the one all the way at the back, not having to get his elbows out, being Jussi Virolainen. He's got the best seat in the house of the battle between himself and his teammate and Toby Cyril. Well, dust being kicked up there, that's trouble for, that was George Washington in the 854 Con Motorsports car. Further up the field there, that's the 45 spontaneous racing, the black and red BMW Sebastian Anfang, who will soon be in the firing sights here for these three as they continue their battle in P6. Heading down through the Degner curves here, getting very close now to the back end of Toby Cyril. We're looking at a sort of hybrid here between the battle overall of P6, as we're still close enough to Killing Coglu to count it for that. For this one in particular, it's the battle of P7. He's got a very good line out of turn 11. The Mustang just has so much more grunt out of the corners. No matter what your positioning is like, you can't outrun it. So heading down into Spoon. What can Virolainen do here as we enter the third sector of the track? Hitting on the hammer now, early on the throttle out of Spoon, trying desperately to cling to some of that slipstream from the Mustang. It knows full well there is no replacement for displacement. We're talking 4 litres versus 5.4 litres. The Mustang really does just get it done in a straight line. Anfang quickly darts out of the way here. That's going to invite Toby Cyril to go for the inside, but he's overcooked his brakes. So both MSA cars are going to jump through. Up into 7th position goes Jussi Virolainen. And that was one critical mistake for Toby Cyril. Now caught some of the gravel on the exit of turn 18, has dropped even further behind. So very well placed, just waiting for his time to strike there by Jussi Virolainen as reunited with his fellow MSA compatriot. The 416 and the 415 are 6th and 7th. Looking around the field here to see where our next battles are coming from, and we've got an interesting one. 3 cars in the mix of it, 20th through to 22nd, leading the fray. It's Mackenzie Burton in the 211 K1 Academy car. He's joined by Noah Haggard and Michael Rushton. He's got Ben Woodgate for company there from the Super Sweet cars. Jumped for the inside, tried to make the move stick, and I believe is just about to get it done there as he stays ahead. A little bit of pushing and shoving between these two as we exit turn 18. But here you can see as well it's Cooper Murphy who's firmly in the thick of this. And it's still a 3-car battle here for 20th position. A little bit of pushing and shoving. They're really not happy with each other here. Heading down the opening straight, it could very well nearly be 3 abreast between Woodgate, Burton and Murphy. Murphy's just going to hold off, let Burton run it to the inside there. Is trying to get the strike back on Ben Woodgate. As we head into turn 3, has to back out of it there. Has got some damage over the nose. It's seen better days, the 211. Now falls back. Is having to go on a defensive from Cooper Murphy. That was an exciting little bit of battling there. A little bit of animosity between Woodgate and Burton in that third and first sector. Could have gotten very, very bad between those two. You can see a little bit of pushing and shoving down the straights. Definitely not happy with that move. And that sentiment is really going to linger in the paddock of the 211 and the 13 for the rest of this race. 2.5 hours left to go here in Suzuka. Cooper Murphy makes a lunge though, up for the inside, up into P21. So very nicely done there by Cooper Murphy. He's just buying his time. He's waiting for his moves. Mackenzie Burton has nose damage there on that Aston Martin. Something is amiss. And Burton actually could be lunging it down Spoon. He's just going to hold off because he's got too much understeer to play with there in the 211. So Cooper Murphy's going to move up a position and very nicely placed for AXRL. They're up in the 21st. This is Aaron Williams. Off on his own at the moment, 7.4 seconds behind Andrea Caschiotti. Patrick Leger and Jake Goldman are in very close proximity to one another. Goldman's yet to have took a pit stop and is going long for this one. They were very close to each other there on times in the last lap, and I think Goldman is really going to start challenging it for position. He wants to get back up into the top 10 before he takes a pit stop. Stay on board the perspective with the 296 Patrick Leger in the False Group Esports privateer car. Now got exclusives Jake Goldman for company. Out of turn 7 we go. You see just lingering underneath the spoiler of that Ferrari. Goldman wants to keep the pressure well and truly on Leger. He wants to force a mistake out of him. He really doesn't want to have to fight for this position, knowing the condition of his tyres isn't getting any better, knowing moreover that Andrea Casciotti, who is on a brand new pair of Pirellis, is right on his trails here. Any mistake that he makes now is to Casciotti's gain, and moreover to K1's gain, which in the Teams Championship they are still rivaling. In the privateers, False Group Esports could be jumping a few positions by the end of this race. They're third in the privateers behind NRW and Super Swedes. Looking in the Teams Championship as well, XCL are leading this, but K1 are not too far behind at all. You're looking at around 4 points difference between the pair of them. NLR a single point behind K1 as well. Right now, I think Goldman is trying now to lure him in, but he's had to back off massively there. He's just sticking the rear of the car right over the nose of Jake Goldman, cutting him off. He's not letting him make an easy move here, especially knowing this is only going to keep aggravating Goldman. It's going to force a mistake out of him. It's this aggressive defense. It's firm but fair, or fair enough. In that last lap as well, it's actually to Leger's gain because he's gained a 1/10 of a second since the last lap. You see the difference, even though they're both mid-engine cars, the difference in body language between the McLaren and the Ferrari. The Ferrari is by no means a relaxed vehicle. You can see that it sort of sways around the corners a little bit more so, a little bit more elegantly than the McLaren, which is very forward nose aggressive. It's very strong over the front axle, loose over the rear. It's a different story for the Ferrari. It's a little bit more understeery, but it's way more stable. It's what makes it such a popular choice for GT3, is you get the best of both worlds. You get the stability of the more front-engined oriented cars, but you also get some of that liveliness and maneuverability that mid-engine brings to the table. You've got two ends of a spectrum, really. You've got your stable and your incredibly unstable. Stable and slow, unstable and incredibly fast. The McLaren, you can guess where that is compared to the Ferrari. Goldman's backed off a little bit, half a second now between himself and Leger. A bit of understeer there out of the Ferrari. I always think it's a little bit of understeer. It could very well just be a case that they run a little bit off of the track. They're running over the curb to give themselves the best line for turn 14 in the second half of Spoon. I always count it when they get very close to the white lines there, because then it is, of course, track limits. Getting over 130R then. Goldman has managed to forge a lot of that time back in. It was half a second earlier in the lap. It's now 2/10 of a second as we get to the Casio Triangle. Turn 16 through 18 here to cap off this lap. 2.5 hours left to go, or 2:26, you want to get specific about it. Out of turn 18 we go. Jake Goldman is still looking for 10th. Down into turn 1 we go. Out through turn 2. See if we can get on board with Goldman for this one as well. Be nice to see the attacking perspective of this two-car battle for the time being. I think we are seeing a few other battles in the mix at the moment. We see Winchester v Beefgartner here for control of P4. That could kick off very soon. As a matter of fact, let's just quickly catch on board here, as it could very well go nuclear in the time we're watching it. The 787 versus the 30. Zolt Beefgartner is onto extreme defense from Aiden Winchester. Looking to take it around the outside at turn 1 and 2 against Zolt Beefgartner with Tempest Motorsports. The 787 is forced off the track there. So that's quickly shut down by Zolt Beefgartner. He's having absolutely none of it. Net 0 for him. So, back onto the perspective of our battle from before. The battle of P10 from the 789. Jake Goldman. Now looking to try and go around the outside. Just catches a bit of the grass. Is forcing a mistake there out of Patrick Leger. Heading down to the Casio Triangle. Both of these drivers are now pushing their cars well beyond their capable limits. Catching dust on the exit. On the entry of 130R and on the exit of the Casio Triangle. And there you can see looming in the background like a phantom. That's Andrea Caschiotti, who's going to be inheriting this position if these two trip over each other. It's side by side between Goldman and Leger as we head down to turn 1 and 2. Can Goldman make it stick? Yes, he can. And a very valiant move by Jake Goldman, who dares wins there, up into 10th. That was an absolutely mega send. Really brilliant stuff there. Catch up with these two later on. Now I believe it's going to be a drive to the pits then for Goldman. Now that he's out in front, clean air to play with. We're back on the perspective of the battle of two we saw from beforehand. Zolt Beefgartner with Tempest Motorsports battling for P4 against Aiden Winchester of Exclusive Esports. Out of 130R we go down towards the Casio Triangle. These two are still absolutely on it. It's almost hard to tell who's who here, running the near exact same shade of purple. Beefgartner is going to be taking this one to the defensive, but is there much more he can do? Winchester has had so much of a better line out of the Casio Triangle. It's going to be a drag race here between these two. Winchester's to the advantage going down into turn 1. What can Beefgartner do as we take it into the first curve? He's going to try and switch back it here on Aiden Winchester. I don't believe he's got the pace for it as he gets around turn 2. Sadly, no. Doesn't appear to be the case. As we get down to turn 3, that's a done deal. Aiden Winchester very well crafted there. Waited for his opportunity to strike, got him down the opening straight. Is it over, though, for the battle between Zolt Beefgartner and Aiden Winchester? 0.4 of a second is the dividing factor. We must consider all the time that Winchester has spent in the dirty air has not been kind on his tyres. He's been driving the doors off that McLaren to get up into 4th. It was not exactly an easy fight for him. Nor was it for Zolt Beefgartner, who now finds himself down in 5th position. Waiting for his opportunity in the coming moments. Looking around to see where our next battles are coming from, as things are still settling into a calmer rhythm than what we saw in the opening laps. Mackenzie Burton has rather nasty nose damage still lingering on that 211. It seems that they did not get it fixed in the pit lane. Aaron Williams has now shifted 2 positions since the last time we saw him. He was 15th, he's now 13th in the 696, slowly making his way to the top 10. Patrick Leger and Jake Goldman are still quite close to each other, despite how well crafted some of these moves have been between these two and how close things have gotten. They are still with each other. You would have thought once he was out in the open, Goldman would have been running free, but it appears there's definitely been more going on those tyres than we've been led on to believe, as Leger is really holding close. As too is Andrea Caschiotti, who's peeling into frame now. Tuarok in a very comfortable drive in P3 at the moment, 10.8 seconds behind Elmar Mikkelson's, but nearly 10 seconds ahead of Aiden Winchester. We must consider as well Mikkelsen has yet to make a drive into the pit lane. So looking to see where our next times are coming from. Where our next battles, I should say, are coming from. Certainly not from this one. Louis Baptiste has just been lapping traffic for most of this. Now getting past Cooper Murphy. Toby Cyril is slowly catching Ilkeo Kilinkoglu. has sat at just under a second for a while now. It's whether or not he's going to be able to fold that into just under half a second, into that closing distance, into striking distance, as it were, for a lot of these battles. Right now, though, doesn't appear to be the case. Mustang try as it may, is just not keeping pace with Achille Koglu at this point. It's been a troubled day for the number 6. Of course, they've had to deal with stop-go 30s, I believe it was, for them. Or was it a drive-through? It was a penalty, to be sure. The number 6, which was projected, of course, for that top 10 start, did get pretty close to it, but is now down in a 14th position so far. Sebastian Anfang has had a very respectable drive on his opening race in the 45 spontaneous racing BMW, especially when you consider he's had to be dealing with damage. He's put himself in a respectable top 20. And number 854 is in trouble down at what appears to be Dunlop. And yes, there he is. That's George Washington, the 854. Con Motorsports running into even more trouble in this race. It has not been their day. That is for certain. Their 25th of a 26-car race. It has been one to forget for the privateer. Jake Goldman still holding on here, up in P10. Gap now between Winchester and Beefgartner, nearly 2 seconds, so Winchester's really found a spring in his step to keep things moving. Actually, you can see in the last lap, 0.3 of a second was gained by Toby Cyril in the Mustang. So, that comment I made previously, try as he may, he cannot keep pace. It turns out I'm dead wrong. He absolutely can keep pace. That is really defying most expectations of what the Mustang is capable of this late into the race. We're nearly halfway through, and yet no new pairs of tyres for that Ford Mustang. Very, very interesting indeed then. And Toby Cyril is now chasing Ilkay Akilinkoglu by nearly half a second. Things could get very, very exciting soon. The battle of what could be P7 here. Just caught him there. He went over a bit of the grass. Okay, Akilinkoglu getting ambitious with the line into Spoon. It's put 0.4 of a second there between himself and Toby Cyril. That's quickly closing down, so this is getting exciting now. Let's see if we can catch on board with Cyril as the second half of this battle of P7. The number 1 car has suddenly found a little bit of a new lease on life here. For the battle of P7, they're now right with Ilkay Akilinkoglu. We know how good the Mustang is in a straight line, and we're about to approach one. So this is absolutely striking distance for Toby Cyril. Just trying to keep it against the outside line. Now you can see he's got a very nice run of it down the pit straight. There's not much Ilkay Akilinkoglu can do, but pray that he doesn't find the room for a move down the inside. He's going to cover that off against Toby Cyril. He's going to run a little bit wide there, but it's keeping it very, very even. There's been a lot of space left there right until the very end of turn 2, so very respectable racing between these two drivers. They've been hard but fair over the course of this battle, short as it has been. But this has suddenly kicked off into a completely fresh start for this battle between these two. We really think it was just going to be a down and out run until he gets to the pit lane and then he gets new tyres later down the road. But for Toby Cyril, he is not done. There is unfinished business in the number 1, especially against the 416. If you head through Degner, you see, even though he gets a worse off line than Akilinkoglu through Degner, the moment he steps on the throttle, that equalises itself pretty quickly. It's just the force the Mustang commands as a race car. You put the foot down and the earth moves underneath you. see that's Benzik Kiss letting these two pass from down in P24. He'll have to do the same to Freno Radic in the 315 Euro Titans car. He's not too far behind this battle. For P7, Toby Cyril is still on full attack against Ilkay Kilinkoglu. This late into his run is very, very impressive indeed. Down into the Casio triangle we go, and running wide is Ilkay Kilinkoglu. Extra vulnerable as he exits turn 18 now, having scrubbed a lot of speed. Toby Cyril is putting himself in striking distance yet again. But Kilinkoglu was able to recover even a fraction of that momentum lost there by getting a little cheeky over turn 18. It may have just done him enough of a favour there to get to turn 1 and 2, but that shows one very small but vital crack in his defensive performance so far, one that Toby Cyril and teammate Martin van Manen will be exploiting if they get given the opportunity again, which I don't think is too far away if this is anything to go by. The McLaren is starting to struggle. It's been an incredibly stable drive by Cyril in that Mustang. Down into the Degner curves yet again, the toughest section of the track for these drivers. Turn the engine volume down so you can actually hear what it is I'm saying to you. It is a monstrous note from that 5.4 litre V8. A very resonant tone with NASCAR fans worldwide. Heading out of turn 12 then into Spoon at turn 13 and 14. It's kept it very, very close over the course of this battle. This is something we really weren't expecting at all. I feel like a broken record saying it. We really were not expecting at this leg, at this strategy, that he'd be competitive. At this point, it would be a more defensive than offensive drive. You can see that, really, that's not stopping Toby Cyril. You can stop the machine, but not the man. Heading down to 130R, Toby Cyril, it's really a case of if he gives or if the machine gives. Who gives first? It doesn't look like the man will give. Down in the Casio, still on the defensive is Ilkay Kilinkoglu. Toby Cyril has more momentum coming into turn 18. It's looking grim here for MSA. Right now, the defensive performance of Ilkay Kilinkoglu, a driver who is normally absolutely stone cold when it comes to holding position, is really struggling here. An uncharacteristic performance from a driver who is renowned for his defensive performance. Nonetheless, this has been an absolutely fantastic battle this late on in the race, and you can see it's about to become a three-car battle as Euro Titans 315 Freno Radic enters the frame here, making this a battle of three teams. You've got MSA versus K1 Esports versus Euro Titans Endurance. Two McLarens and a Mustang. It's looking particularly interesting now as Freno Radic enters the fray. Let's see if we can get an onboard with Radic at this leg of the race. He gets a very clear view of things from behind. He's actually looking to make it on the inside there of Toby Cyril. Has he made that stick? Not with the Mustang in play though. It's just completely outran him in a straight line. Many thanks to CH Lab in chat there, and to Matt M39541. Thank you for your support. Freno Radic, as we now head towards 130R, he's very much so in the fight for P7 just as much as Toby Cyril is, because one lapse in judgment between these two in front and P7 belongs to Freno Radic. Especially as we get to this high intensity section of the track, turn 16 for 18 at the Casio triangle. Everyone getting ambitious now over those curbs. It's going to be a case of that's going to become a straight line by the end of this race. The 854 Con Motorsports car having trouble around turn 3. These three will be running into them in a moment, so you can see just how much grunt the Mustang has in a straight line from the perspective of Radic there. It just becomes a small white and blue blur as we head into turn 1 and 2. into turn 3 and 4. These two have been tripping over each other, weakening each other's tyres, just getting in each other's heads. The only person who's been unaffected wholeheartedly from this battle is Freno Radic, and coming into this with a fresh mindset. He's got a lot of potency when it comes to the fight for P7. All he has to do is put himself in the right place at the right time. It is a real thinking man's game from this perspective. Just waiting for his opportunity to soar it up on the inside. He knows he's going to have to put this absolutely perfect, not a single foot wrong, especially with how airtight the defence of P7 has been over the course of this leg of the race. You see these two getting ever closer, and that's contact between both of them. Is this Freno Radic's time to shine? It is for one position. At the very least, he puts himself side by side with Ilkay Akilinkoglu, but he's actually going to fall in behind him. So that could have very nearly been a capitalising on position. Oh my goodness, there. Ilkay Akilinkoglu pushes Toby Cyril to the side of the track. He is not happy at all with that move. Not at all. That's going to be quite a nasty show of words between MSA and K1 Esports, but that's been to the benefit of Freno Radic, who now eyes up Ilkay Akilinkoglu. He knows, all right, I really do not want to tick this guy off. Seeing exactly what he does firsthand when you do just that. There's going to be an exchange of words, almost guaranteed, between some of the MSA and K1 drivers. That did not look good on stream. Going into the Casio Triangle, Ilkay is very much so shaken by that incident, and Freno Radic is right on his rear bumper as we head down the opening straight. What can Freno Radic do now that he's a part of this equation? Heading down to the first curve, turn 1 and 2. Putting himself in the right place at the right time has done him one position. Is it going to do him two? Is he going to have to start getting his elbows out? And does he really want to try that against an enraged Ilkay Akilinkoglu? Through turns 5 into turns 6 and 7. They've got lapped traffic in the way. That's Fatch GT's Mario Reutiers. And this is not an easy section of the track to start lapping on. They've got it done. Down into the Degner curves then. Akilinkoglu thought he was out of the frying pan, but he's very much so into the fire now. With Freno Radic on much better tyres than him. Challenging for the same position he's just shoved tooth and nail for. You head down into turn 10, turn 11, the site of the incident, as it were. The scene of the crime. Through to turn 12 we go then. What will Radic be able to do? Freno Radic is going wide there through Spoon. That has not gone very well for him at turn 13. The 854 is still in even more trouble. When isn't it? At this point, it has been a nightmare for the 854 team at Con Motorsport. And that wide shove at turn 13 has done Radic no favour. He's now a second away from Akilinkoglu. He's actually closer to Cyril behind him. He views him not much more than an obstacle now, as he is seeing red. He has got his iron sights on Akilinkoglu after that shove. They are not going to be very happy with one another at all. I think Radic is acutely aware of this. He's trying to get a move on. He wants to get past Akilinkoglu before Cyril gets to him first. He does not want to be in the middle of a driver feud. Fastest of the three on that last lap was Toby Cyril. That is the requiem knell, as it were, for Ilkay Akilinkoglu, being nearly a second, nearly 2 seconds down, actually, as a matter of fact, in that last lap alone. The funeral bells are ringing here, and Toby Cyril is on his way. How much longer can Akilinkoglu hold off? Does Radic even want to be in the way of Cyril when he gets here? Only time will tell. Heading through Degner curve then. McLaren's getting ever closer to one another. The Mustang looming in the background there. Down into turns 10 and 11. Radic with the much better line has put himself now in the slipstream of Akilinkoglu. This is where he could definitely eye up some juicy moves on his way down towards 130R. Liam Mutz has a drive-through penalty after swapping in for Cooper Murphy in the number 33. Out of Spoon we go, learning from his mistake. Freno Radic is now right on Ilkay Killinkoglu. 5 minutes left to go before the halfway mark of this race. We've not been able to take our eyes off here the battle of P7. It has been absolute bloodlust between all three of these drivers. Now we see it come to a head again as we exit 130R. Heading down to the Casio Triangle. It's getting ever closer. It's getting hard to watch here now. Moving into frame up ahead as well as the lapped car of Scott Milbank, who's going to be, whether he wants to or not, caught in the crossfire of what is an ensuing civil war between the McLarens here. The 416 and the 315 are about to go side by the looks of it. As we head down the pit straight, where can Freno Radic place himself as he gets to turn 1 and 2? He's going to try and go for the outside. He's going to hold to the far end of the track and try and sweep it in at turn 2, but just not enough room to play with there against Ilkay Killinkoglu. So heading up into turns 3 and 4, he's just going to hold very narrow on his line there, clipping over the curbs, trying to get as much of the racing line in as possible. He wants to stay as far out of the way with the dirty air generated by the 415 as possible here. It is the worst place to be in a battle, is in the S's, now up through Dunlop. Things are about to go from red hot to white hot. I can picture it right now as we head to Degner. They're getting closer and closer to each other. Big snap of oversteer corrected by Radic there. He's pushing the McLaren to its absolute limit here. 110% by Euro Titans for P7. I want to try and check to see where some of the other battles are on track at the moment, but this has been absolutely white hot between these three. You cannot take that away from them. Heading through Spoon then, same as we did last lap, learning from our mistakes here. Freno Radic isn't going to be going wide anytime soon. He's mimicking Killinkoglu's line. That can work as a double-edged sword though, because if Toby Cyril, who is, by the way, not too far behind this at all now, has had a better line consistently, both of these drivers will be losing time every time they get to the third sector. Heading through 130R, things could properly explode into a move ever so soon. The 416 is still on it, going into the Casio Triangle. From the perspective of the 315, there is not much he can do in that section of the track now. He knows every single time it's to no avail. So hopping into the pit lane goes Freno Radic, backing out of the battle of P7. But that has only signed the death warrant here for Ilkay Killinkoglu, because there is nothing standing in the way between himself and the very, very upset Toby Cyril, who was 0.6 of a second faster in the last lap. He's been gaining, and now there is no obstacles to keep him from Killinkoglu after that shunt. This could get bloody. This could get incredibly bloody. Two very bitter rivals meet now here in Suzuka. It's been a story that's been growing on us over the course of this race, over the course of this hour. The drama between these two could get much worse here. There's going to be stiff words already between K1 and MSA. What can these two do now that there is nothing standing in their way? Will Cyril let bygones be bygones and try for this on the track, or are we going to see a little bit of elbows here between these two? But from the perspective of Ilkay Killinkoglu, he's on the defensive now. Not really an awful lot he can do. He can't outrun the Mustang. He can only try to outcorner it. And as we saw in the battle with himself and Freno Radic, there is only so much this McLaren can give. Not to mention as well, there's a K1 car in front of him, Scott Milbank in the 114. This could get very nasty. There's a lump in the throat of Ilkay Killinkoglu. The driver that he shoved off track there after a little bit of an exchange is now right on his heels, and he is now almost praying that this does not reopen some old wounds. Heading to 130R we go then. What can Toby Cyril do? Heading to the Casio Triangle, where Killinkoglu's gone wide on the brakes, so Cyril is still in striking distance as we head down to the pit straight. Killinkoglu jumps for the pits. There goes Toby Cyril up into P7. Chasing Scott Milbank into the pits there. Killinkoglu has finally called it quits on those tyres. has just jumped out of the way there of a charging Mustang. That was Toby Cyril. So having a look around to see where our next battles could be coming from. It's a quiet state of affairs through most of the field here. Drivers on different stints, on different strategies. Not a lot of drivers that are razor close to one another. Louis Baptiste continues to lead this race. In the number 5 car, Elmas Mikkelsen's yet to have taken a jump to the pit lanes, is in second. Toby Cyril up to 6th. Kelvin Castens in 12th. We are now halfway into the race. Got 2 hours left to go here for the end of round 2, and what an opening half we have had on our hands already. Not been a particularly great heap of close on-track battles. Louis Baptiste is into the pits and Elmas Mikkelsen's is still out. He's yet to take a run into the pit lane. Now, if I'm led to believe correctly, the stint timer is meant to be 65 minutes. So, pray tell, how is Elmas Mikkelsen's out for 2 hours? Something is a little bit funny here. Nonetheless, the 788 of Elmas Mikkelsen's is leading this race. Him and teammate Danny Meeldijk will be more than happy to relinquish the leading position from Louis Baptiste and Andre Damrat in the NLR number 5. That also puts exclusive teammate in 787 Aidan Winchester in second. So as it stands with just under half of the race left to go, it is an exclusive 1 and 2. Further down the line, you have Craig Twardock from the pit lane at the moment. Andre Damrat has jumped him in the pit lane up for 3rd as he exits now alongside Toby Cyril, who is up into 4th position. Actually, 4th position. 4th position there because Twardock is now exiting, having swapped for David Silth. Jussi Virolainen still in the pit lane. Jake Goldman. So all of the exclusive cars have stayed out, which is an interesting strategy indeed. I was told the stint timer was 65 minutes. I believe that was in the rules, and that was the rule of thumb in Imola. It's been very cheeky here by exclusive, but it has worked to very good effect. They're not the only ones that are being a bit cheeky here with the rules. We can see that Toby Cyril is actually looking to battle Andre Damrat for the first time here. He's put himself in a very good stead up the track. We try and go on board then with the defending driver of the two, that being Andre Damrat, in the number 5 car in what is now the battle of P3. Toby Cyril has really moved heaven and earth for this strategy today. There's been a few of these cheeky long-run strategies. Now, I am told, at least by race control, that it was a 65-minute stint. We're 2 hours in. I'm not snitching. I'm just saying something's funny. For Andre Damrat, he is now an unexpected adversary. It's like looking in a mirror here. 2 Mustangs do battle now. Toby Cyril versus Andre Damrat. 7 tenths of a second between the pair of them. Realistically, we can see that opening up already. Andre Damrat's not going to be leaving much to chance here. He's seen the Mustang in his rearview mirror and would very much like it to not be there anymore, so he's off on the burners and he is gone. Not waiting around for this one. So we can see from some of our viewers in chat have noted Mikkelsen has done the pit stop but hasn't swapped drivers, which is a pit requirement. So they have been pitting. So they've been complying to the stint time. I think that is a thing that is actually happening. And I believe that may be the same situation going on at K1, where Cyril has probably gone into the pit lane but not swapped drivers, not swapped for Martin van Manen, his teammate in the number 1. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you, BM Williams 55 in chat. That is of great help here. We didn't realise that was one of the pit requirements. We thought it was still industry standard where it was fuel and tyres. You can see Kelvin Castons, the number 6 car here in the pit lane, looking to swap for Jan Bettentrup. Back on board with our race leader, Elmas Mikkelsen, who is yet to swap to teammate Danny Meeldijk. And same story then for Aidan Winchester, who's yet to swap for Paul Mola. It's going to be saving Mola for possibly the last stint of this race, putting him on a brand new set of tyres as he does so. And that is, of course, then the same story of Jake Goldman, who is yet to swap for Fazzy Binks. See here the number 30 Tempest Motorsports car, who was definitely in their own fair share of battles today. It's been a remarkable performance by Tempest to be this high up the order, courtesy of such great drives out of Zolt Beefgartner and Adam Saunders. Now we get to see Brandon Roos take to the helm of the number 30 Ferrari. You can see not too far down the road there, it's Aaron Williams, who has achieved the goal of getting that number 696 up into the top 10. That was Euro Titan's goal. They're second in the championship. If we want to take a look at the championship standings for just a moment here, they are second in the championship. They have a lot to gain in continuing their conquest here. They could potentially lose out to Exclusive's lineup of cars by the end of this round if they don't continue on the warpath here. Next in the iron sights is 5 seconds up the road. That's Brendan Roos. For Aaron Williams and Ian Skeen, it's been a mammoth drive today, same as it's been back in Imola. It's a case, though, whether or not they can find the willpower and the pace on that matter, as the Aston Martin hasn't been the strongest of cars around Suzuka to find their way to the top 5, let alone the second position that they finished before the red flags in Imola last month. We'll stay on board, though, with Williams over the course of this lap. Just as we come back there, you can see the first hand swap by the exclusive number 789 to Fazzy Binks. So we'll catch on board with them as Aaron Williams is in the pit to swap over to Ian Skeen. You can also see very close to each other on track, despite being on 2 different lengths of the race. Giovanni Radiali and Noah Haggard, 2 drivers with K1 Esports. And now, in the clear, is chasing down Fazzy Binks in the exclusive number 789. Gio has quite the task on his hands here, alongside Andrea Casciotti. Having a look look around to see where our battles are coming from. You can see the unified strategy by Exclusive to now start swapping their drivers in. You'll be looking towards that front row of Mikkelsons and Winchester to swap for Mola and Meeldijk. As we come into the closing 2 hours of racing here at Suzuka. Because they are the only two left. So it has been very clever. It has been very clever by these drivers, because it's left a lot of their compatriots, including ourselves, scratching their heads as to how they've gone this far into the race without having took the mandatory pit stop, not realising it's a workaround in the rule set that the driver swap counts towards that mandatory pit stop. You can see here that K1's followed suit, the number 1 car now being driven by Martijn van Manen. Winchester is 8.2 seconds behind, looking to lap van Manen. That shows just how far up the road this strategy has took Exclusive. They look to be gunning for gold here in the second round of the championship. It was, for a good while, the race to be for NLR. We can see Elmas Mikkelsons is now into the pits as well. Following him is Ben Woodgate with Super Swede. And now into the pits as well as Aiden Winchester. So the strategy has been pretty clear and concise from Exclusive. It has been be a little bit cheeky, trick everyone into thinking that you've not done the mandatory pit stop and then do the mandatory pit stop anyway. Or so I'm believing. For all we know, it is just a case where this was the strat the whole time. They were going to do almost a 60-40 split for their drivers. They've got 2 driver lineups for both the 788 and the 787. And they were going to have one do just a little bit more of the pushing. We can see swapping in is now Danny Meeldijk. And as he exits the pits, though, going into the race lead is Andre Damrat. So they've lost out the race lead at this leg. Will they be able to regain the lead from Andre Damrat? That is a tough, tough call, given how strong Damrat's pace has been, not only through qualifying, but over the course of the race itself. They've been very clever and very skilled to be putting themselves so high up in the order, but now that they're at level pegging with the race leader, can they make it stick where it counts? They were on the podium positions in the last race in Imola before the red flags came out. Will they be able to be on the podium positions for the checkered flags this time round in Suzuka? Only time will then tell. Stay on board then with Danny Meeldijk, 3.9 seconds down the road from Andre Damrat. As you can see now making their way towards turn 10. We're out of the Degner curves now with Meeldijk. David Self is 15 seconds down the road. Paul Mola is himself 12 seconds behind Sylph. So MSA have done a very grand job so far as we get towards the final hours of racing. We've still an hour and 47 minutes to go, as you can see at the top of your screens, before we're at the checkered flag. So still a long, long way to go for these drivers, but it has been a very interesting change of fate for a lot of these teams, especially when you compare it against what our predictions were showing, and then when you compare it against what the qualifying was showing. So now we'll be looking first and foremost for where our next battles are coming from. Patrick Leisure is not too far away from Fazzy Binks there in the 789 for the control of P10. You see the Leisure has got his, he has got his elbows out over the course of this race. He has been in a fair few bit of battles. He knows his way around a good battle now at Suzuka. So is he going to be trying his luck here with Fazzy Binks, who himself has to really get a wiggle on here to get ahead of Martijn van Manen? XCL have a reputation to uphold as the leaders of the Teams Championship. K1 is not too far behind them. I don't think they've got much in the way of a risk of being outscored today, just given how far up the order some of their drivers are. But you can see that certain pieces of the puzzle here, namely the number 1, is going to do a little bit of disruption here and there. Their current control of the Teams Championship, however, I'd say is still more than resolutely controlled, first and foremost, by them. NLR Esports are definitely going to be jumping a few positions, though, because it has been remarkably strong out of them. Calvin Castens, despite the hardships throughout this race, is still in the top 15 positions. He's in those point-scoring positions where he needs to be. in order to keep things lively between their closest rival and the championship by a single point, K1 Esports. So looking for where our battles are coming from. Of course, we have that gap between Leger and Binks. Trying to also see where any of that could be for anyone further up the order. I think this is the closest battle on track, is Leger v Binks. So we'll stay on board the perspective of the defending car then. Fazzy Binks in control for P10. See that the Ferrari is being kind of left out in the cold here as we head down the opening straight. Getting towards turn 1 and 2, there's not an awful lot it can do to put itself side by side with the McLaren. It just needs a much better send through turn 1 and 2, which you can see the back end was swinging away on Patrick Leger. That's how hard he's having to commit to a send there through the first curve as we head to the S-curves now. This is really one that's going to require a bit of bravery out of Leger, which he is no stranger to doing. He's really got his hands full in a few battles in this race already. I think this is not exactly too different. For Fazzy Binks, you've got to understand this is his first time in this session, in this racing session on track. He didn't get the time in practice, nor did he get the time in qualifying. So he is really taking the baby steps, as it were, for racing under these specific conditions. I'm sure that he's raced at Suzuka before, but now he's got his hands full with Patrick Leger, who has sort of walked the walk and is now going to try and talk the talk here at Suzuka. You see, very nearly had it side by side, but the McLaren has just got so much more to give in a straight line compared to the Ferrari. It's the one Achilles heel the Ferrari has. It's the same story when you try and put one of these McLarens up against a Mustang. There's always a bigger fish when it comes to straight line, and the McLaren right now is said fish. Heading out of Spoon, you can see he's just gone. There's nothing Leger can do at this time but try and hold on. Despite being a technical track, there's only so much that Ferrari can deliver on with an engine like that. Red Bull. Christian LeBay asking in chat, did you open a beer or a Red Bull? Red Bull. So heading back into the S's yet again. You can see the yellow flags coming out in Sector 1 again for the 854. Now it's the white flags for a slow car ahead. You've got to wonder, when is it going to be a case for the 854 in what is a 25 car race? They're 24th and they're still crashing out. When is it going to be the opportunity to throw the towel in? I think it's respectable that they are showing such grit and determination to keep going, to get to the checkered flag. But there's not going to be much of a car left to take to the checkered flag right now. As you can see, they're soaring on past. There's not going to be much a car left to bring home. They're heading into turns 10 and 11. That's not a discredit to the Con Motorsports team. They've done a respectable enough job to be rolling with the punches like this, but there's got to be a point where you throw the towel in. Through Spoon they go, and you can see there's a lot of understeer for Ferrari now. That is their Achilles heel, is Spoon curve, or it's at least the Achilles heel of Patrick Leger. In this section of the track, you can see it's where the Ferrari is able to gain a little bit of time, but then as you get to turn 18, then you're letting the taps open, and the McLaren is just gone. If we were to look at the stats on the last lap, you'd probably see, looking at it now as it rolls in 2015, 2018, it's a 3/10 difference in that third sector. Because you're not noticing a massive loss of time over the course of Sector 1, nor is it really the case in Sector 2. It's Sector 3 where the track opens up just enough to where the McLaren's got the upper hand, because the Ferrari is staying at least close enough with in Sector 1. It's down to 1.3 seconds. In fact, I think it is actually starting to bleed time there, so being proven wrong. But Fazzy Biggs has just got enough control now on his McLaren to where he's pulling away. That battle for P10 is quickly starting to fade away for Patrick Leger. So looking around to see where our next battles could be coming from, really isn't much to comment on. For the time being, Benjamin Matthew with Super Swede has a drive-through penalty to serve from 18th position. It is signing the death note for their hopes in the Independence Championship for this round. It's going to be one to forget until they get to Barcelona at the end of this month for the 3-hour race. Kelvin Castens in the number 6 NLR Esports card also has a drive-through penalty to serve. Things are going from bad to worse here. Giovanni Badiali is caught right where he doesn't want to be here. He's got a lot of cars on different lengths of the race around him and behind him, and he just wants to be left alone to try and continue his fight towards the top 10. Patrick Leger is 7.3 seconds up the road. He's got 2 cars ahead of him, Tristan Fraser and Bass PW, with Con Motorsports and Fats GT Esports. David Silf, 10 seconds up the road now from Paul Moller, is pulling a very sizable gap. Danny Meeldykes 11.2 seconds up the road from Silf, so the chances of a front row finish are slim, but not impossible. We can see with Silf at the moment, he's remained quite consistent to his fastest overall time in the last couple of laps. So that's definitely something to take on board when considering what Silf's outlook is towards the end of this race. You can see he is actually gaining time to the car ahead. Danny Meeldyke is dropping a few of those tenths of a second each lap. Could we see something come together towards the end of this race here? For Andre Damrat, I don't really see anyone challenging it. His pace has been imperial. It has been commanding the entire race. It is effectively the race has moved around this car because he has been untouchable. So it is now the question of who there remains. Now, I don't want to write it off entirely. Anyone can still win this race. There could still be a mistake out of the number 5, but it's slim. It is very, very slim, especially considering it has been a flawless performance from them thus far. Van Manen is closing in on Jack Giles, but he's got Kieran Rodd in the way there. The number 813 Academy car from Euro Titans. The BMW is not going to be budging anytime soon. As we head to 130R, certainly isn't the time or place to be budging at all. 1.3 seconds is the gap between Jack Giles and Martijn van Manen. Van Manen could probably use this to his advantage here. There's another car with good straight line speed ahead of him. It's just going to be free slipstream. Now, as you can see, he's half a second faster than Jack Giles. He's nearly a second faster than Kieran Rodd. So it's effectively just a free power-up boost. It's like attack mode in Formula E. He's just got an extra 5 or 6 mile an hour down the straight just by being near the BMW. Not only are we 2 of the fastest cars in a straight line here, the BMW and the Mustang, they're also, when it comes to top end here at Suzuka, pretty much level. It's more a case of acceleration, is how quickly can you get up to that top end before the car gives way and the transmission can't give you anything more. From the perspective of Martijn van Manen, he's now got an interesting challenge. He's got to navigate that lapped car, first and foremost, that's obvious. But then, right after that lapped car, is his look into P8. The lapped car is not really going to want to move, A, because it feels like it's got the pace to stay ahead. And second of all, because that's his teammate out in front. These are 2 Euro Titans cars ahead of the K1. He's not really going to feel super obligated to move. He wants to give his teammate the best opportunity that he's got at this leg of the race. Nearly an hour and a half left to go. And this is only going to stand up for so long for Kieran Rodd. course, he doesn't really want to move over, but not that he's got much of a choice. Van Maanen's now to the inside, gesturing to Rod to move over. I don't think he's gonna. Heading to 130R, you can see the BMW is actually holding on to the racing line. So Martijn van Manen's not going to be super happy with that. He's going to, I imagine there is going to be some complaint that the 813 is holding up the line here. And you can see he's actually protecting almost Jack Giles, who's had to cut the Casio chicane, the Casio triangle. So there is that interesting dichotomy going on there. Now, I imagine from Kieran Rod's perspective, he feels like he's got enough pace. You can see he was actually faster in that last lap than Van Manen, so he still deserves his position on track, considering that he's not going to be that far away in his mind from the next position up if he holds this pace. And the rules can often be a little bit loose when it comes to blue flags. Now, most people have it in their minds, it's 3 blue flag posts or it's a penalty. That isn't part of the rule book for NLRL, at least not that I'm aware of. There's eventually going to be a point where even the stewards are going to be thinking, okay, let's get him out of the way here. This is starting to get a little bit out of hand. Not that we want it to stop. This is very interesting in and of itself, is seeing how well Kieran Rod is able to defend what is now a growing frustration from Martijn van Manen. We've seen the absolute stonewall accuracy of his teammate Toby Cyril. We've not seen much of Van Manen today, so it's going to be an interesting drive here. A different driver, the same machine. Out through turn 12 we go, down to Spoon at turn 13. You can see that all of this being behind the BMW isn't doing Van Manen many favours. He wants to get up and out of the way now because he's actually losing time to Jack Giles by this BMW being in the way, and I think now it's going to be pretty obvious now the Beamer's got to move. And if he's not going to move, he's going to move him for him. He's to the inside here now as we get to 130R. Van Manen's not super happy with that, but there we go. He's now out in front. He's cleared Kieran Rod, and now has got his iron sights set on Jack Giles in the number 315 for P8. Kieran Rod running wide there into the Casio triangle. So in that last lap, nearly a second faster. That shows exactly where Van Manen's pace is at the moment compared to Jack Giles. He's consistently hitting those 201s, even when he was having to deal with lap traffic. I think this is going to be a very tough defending performance for Jack Giles if he wants to keep Van Manen behind him until the next stint. He's got 30 minutes, which is going to be an eternity under conditions like these. I must say as well, we've been this far into the race. I don't want to jinx it just yet. Well, I do, because it is going to be very entertaining if it does. 30% chance of rain. We've still not seen anything get a little too out of hand weather-wise at this late stage of the race. Looking on the weather radar, next 30 minutes are completely clear. It's cloudy, but clear of rain. Changeable conditions are what we were told coming into this race, and a 30% chance of it raining. We don't know 30% chance over the course of what, 4 hours, or 30% chance over the course of an hour, 4 hours at a time. It's a 90% chance of it, well, over a 100% chance of it raining. Is it going to rain in the last hour? I sure hope it does, because that's going to introduce this incredibly unique dynamic compared to the last 3 hours of racing. You see, for Martijn van Manen, the track is getting a little bit greasy now. That cloud coverage has not done them many favours. It's 5:37 p.m. local. Temperatures are dropping. Core temperature and the tyres are going to be a harder and harder goal to maintain. So we're not going to see anywhere near as spry a lap time as we saw on the race start in a bright and sunny conditions nearly 3 hours ago. See, it's getting a bit foggy in the distance. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I don't think the drivers are liking what they're seeing though. Certainly not Van Manen, because he's still behind Jack Giles. This is in the battle of 8th position. Giles was holding to the right-hand side of the track. He's trying to break some of the toe the Mustang has. He knows that in a straight line, just as everyone before him, you can't outrun the Mustang, but you can try to out-corner it. I live to see the day where I am proven wrong on such a statement, where you actually get to see one of these cars outrun a Mustang in a straight line, but that chance, it's like a blue moon, or seeing a unicorn, or seeing a unicorn on a blue moon. It's not very likely. Down into Degner we go. You can see just eating the curbs up is Van Manen in the Mustang. Half a second is the gap between himself and Jack Giles for the time being. If we just take a look at the left-hand side on our overall timing charts, we can also see there is a very close battle between Matteo Mastromaro and Brandon Roos that we will catch up with in a moment's time, just as we wait to see what happens here going down into Spoon Curve between Jack Giles and Martin Van Manen. A little bit of contact there. That's going to put the 315 out wide, but Van Manen's going to follow him through. Just quickly double check what's going on as we head down into turn 1 and 2. We go back on board then, the attacking perspective of Martin Van Manen as we head down the back straight here to 130R. It's looking very, very close. Looking incredibly close between these two, but round 130R we go. Martin Van Manen's up into 8th position. Heading down to the Casio Triangle with a little bit of argy-bargy round Spoon, but all well that ends well for Martin Van Manen. Up into 8th he goes. Jack Giles down to 9th. So now let's try and catch on with the battle that we saw before. Brandon Roos and Matteo Mastromaro for the battle of P5. On the perspective of the attacking car here, Matteo Mastromaro. Now we get to see a much, I'm not going to say much more interesting battle. Seeing the Mustang go up against anything is interesting enough, but now we get to see an interesting battle in terms of the scenario that it's surrounded by. It's a major team like MSA going up against a single car of the Tempest Motorsports team. Brandon Roos, on his first time on the track, is up against Matteo Mastromaro, and he's doing a very stand-up job holding off the Italian driver as we head down towards Spoon. They were right on each other as we got to the Casio Triangle last time round, and we're going to see a mirror match of that for this lap here. 73 laps in, by the way. That is remarkable stuff. Heading down the back straight, you can see that Mastromaro, courtesy of being in that slipstream and having what is perhaps a slightly lower downforce setup, has just got so much more to give in a straight line here. He's in the best seat in the house for this position right now. Brandon Roos has got his hands full with the defensive performance for P5, because Mastromaro has got pretty much the green light for an overtake as he heads down the pit straight here. He's in the slipstream. We're north of 150 miles an hour. Whereabouts do we top out here before we hit the brakes? It's 166 miles per hour between both of these McLarens before we get to the first curve. .4 of a second is that which divides them right now. Brandon Roos has really gone above and beyond the call of duty here to hold on to P5 for Tempest Motorsports. They were only predicted at around, I think they were predicted around P10 for qualifying. We had no predictions on race finishes. It's just too hard to calculate, given it's 4 hours of racing and you have these intricate moments of whether or not we have suddenly fantastic pace or human error that can take some drivers out of the race and promote drivers up to even better positions. But right now, Tempest are really wowing us with their performance today. So heading down into turn 11, what can Matteo Mastromaro do here to combat Brandon Roos? We'll quickly see what's the status on the Van Manen v Giles battle. That's quickly sorted itself out by the looks of it here. Nearest battle on track besides that and the battle of Giles v Van Manen. It's tough to say. I believe that those are the only two battles that are really that close to one another. You've got 1.9 seconds between Fazzy Binks and Patrick Leger, but that's pretty much it. That's the bulk of it. Matteo Mastromaro then is still incredibly close to Brandon Roos. This time out of turn 17 is right on him. 0.3 of a second. He'll be in the slipstream all the way down to the first curve at turns 1 and 2. He's got the green light now. It's a drag race between the number 30 and the number 415 here. 75 laps into this race. Things are kicking off for control of P5. Mastromaro is going to be going to the outside, but is going to hold off, going to try and perhaps switch back it for turn 2. Has to back out again. Brandon Roos putting himself exactly where he needs to be. Very hard but fair performance there by Brandon Roos. Just blocked off any opportunity. Total area denial by the number 30 Tempest Motorsports car. Down into the Degner curves. Toughest section of the track on these McLarens. Ahead of them there, that's Benjamin Matthew and the Super Swede number 13 Ferrari in 18th position. They're going to have to try and get past him as soon as possible. Down into turn 11 they go. What an exciting third stint we've had. We didn't expect to have battling this close this late on in the race. We were expecting that more towards the final hour, but delighted are we to be given such a gift that is these two racing as close as they are. There's definitely been a fair share of controversy over the course of this race. It is nice to just see two drivers duke it out old school. See, it's really just been a case of putting yourself in the right place at the right time, and for Mastromaro, I think his time has come as we head to 130i. He's going to try for it around the outside and goes very wide there. He's going to have to try and rejoin. It's still side by side. Is he going to carry it over into the Casio Triangle? No, he isn't. Nearly an Alonso-esque move, but not quite the full Monty. Nonetheless, it's hard but fair stuff here. You love to see it. Now as we head down the back straight to, well, on the opening straight, sorry, to start lap 76 of this fantastic race. Heading down to turn 1 and 2, you can see on that last lap, there was barely anything between them. 0.2 of a second difference on the end of the last lap. Seems to definitely be a little bit of respect between these two at the moment. They're giving each other the space. They're racing hard but fair. That is sometimes just the beauty of racing. You get every now and again, there's the absolute maelstrom of tough battles. You've got 3, 4, 5 car battles you get towards the start of the race where you really don't know, could it kick off into absolute carnage at a moment's notice. And the moment a hat drops here, you could have a 3-car pile-up, which we've seen at places like Degner. See, that's the number 711. Oh, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's nothing that Martin Pesti could really have done in that situation. Just in the wrong place at the wrong time. A nasty place to get caught up on. That's going to allow Brandon Roos a few extra tenths of a second here in his fight against Matteo Mastromaro. Having a look around the track to see where our next battles could come from. Maybe not the ones that are currently ongoing. We will catch up though with one of the other battles we saw from time gone by. That was Martin van Manen v Jack Giels. You can see that's still within a second of each other, so I wouldn't count that out as a battle that is not going on. It is just in the sort of cold phase, as it were. Brandon Roos 0.6 of a second ahead as we head to 130R. It's been a fantastic race so far. We're far from over. An hour and 21 minutes left to go in this race before the checkered flag. Plenty more action on the way here. Current talk of the day is the battle of 4, as it were. 2 drivers on 2 completely different lengths of the race here. Furthest up the order, Brandon Roos and Matteo Mastromaro in the control of the last of those top 5 pivotal positions. It has been a true underdog story from the titular Tempest Motorsports team. 4 drivers and a single vehicle entry up against an empire of vehicles with the officials that are the MSA esports team. They're one of several teams with multiple cars vested in this, and 2 completely different championships up in grabs here. The officials and the independents, of which Tempest will massively gain from in this round. There's also the battle between Martin van Manen and Jack Giels. K1 versus Euro Titans down in 8th position. They're running up on a slow car on track though. White flags were shown for the 854 again at turn 3. These two may have their hands full with a slow McLaren with some front end damage in at the coming laps. In the coming corners. They are catching up on the 854 rather quickly now. It's good here, we can actually snap between both battles. Rare is it that ACC allows us to be in the right place at the right time with its horrible menu navigation. But I think today we've finally been blessed. We can now cut right between two of the best battles ongoing at the moment in the third hour. Brandon Roos and Matteo Mastromaro, 0.3 of a second between one another as we head to 130R. Ahead of them is Benjamin Matthew in the number 13, the leading independent car in the championship so far, and the soon-to-be leading independent by the way things have been going lately for Tempest Motorsport. Heading out of turn 18 we go. Mastromaro is not giving up on this fight here. We thought it was down and out a little bit when he lost quite some time to the lapped car. That was Martin Pesty. But he's right back in the mix of it. 0.2 of a second as we head out of turn 2. Meanwhile, we look at the battle here between Giels and Van Manen. That's starting to head into the sub-second barrier as we head to 130Rs. We'll catch up with them later on. We'll stay on board then with Brandon Roos, who is definitely not in the best of positions right now. Oh, there goes Benjamin Matthew, snapping the back end away. Not much he could have done in that situation. The car was just not stable enough to suddenly jolt out of the way at Dunlop. So heading into Degner. Bruce has really got his hands full now. Mastromaro is properly fired up, 0.3 of a second, and is closing in fast. Heading into turn 10 and 11. He's not going to be letting much get him by now. He's learnt from a lot of his mistakes in the previous laps. Mastromaro is looking for the green light, and he will get it very, very soon by the way things have been looking. His pace has certainly improved over the course of the last couple of laps here. Just quickly checking the battle of Giels v Van Manen. 1.2 seconds at the moment, so that's starting to fall by the wayside here. Back on board then, the battle of 5th position with the defending car, Brandon Roos. See, in the slipstream, and Mastromaro is slowly closing in here. Oh, look at him go there, very wide at 130R. Almost went into the barriers there. That could have been the end of the line for Matteo Mastromaro. I don't think he was expecting the McLaren to give so little through 130R. I think there was the ambition that he could have took it flat out. No dice though. That's the 415 down quite some time to the Tempest Motorsports number 30. We'll catch up with them later on. Meanwhile, the battle of Van Manen v Giels is quickly falling by the wayside. We're now nearly at the 2-second barrier. Van Manen has really been pushing now to try and catch the car ahead. 20 seconds he's got to make up to Benjamin Huppert in the 416 MSA further up the road. He's got an hour and 17 minutes to do so. Is it possible? That is the real question. This is the perspective of the car he needs to catch. Benjamin Huppert in the 416 has had a respectable enough race alongside Tony Garona and Ilkay Kilinkoglu. 18.5 seconds is the gap currently between himself and Van Manen. Their teammates, Ilkay Kilinkoglu and Toby Cyril, exchanged quite a heated battle earlier on in this race. The bad blood is unlikely to carry over to these two. But with that current push of around 18.5 seconds, if he keeps forging that in, he is going to catch him by the end of this race. We got to bear in mind the difference in strategy that's been prominent throughout the paddock and prominent throughout the officials championships. MSA exclusive, Euro Titans and K1 have all been running different setups and all different setups in regards to the strategy, I should say. You've got 4 cars each to manage, or 5 cars actually for K1 and 3 for exclusive. There's not been an easy battle up in the officials. It is one they've been managing on a smaller level. We must consider as well, Huppert is trying to catch up to his teammate. He's got 21 seconds up the road to try and make it to Mastromaro and get in on that fight. One fight that could be on our hands pretty soon is the Battle of P12 as Ian Skeen starts to close in on Giovanni Badiali. Euro Titans and K1 could be battling very, very soon here for 12th position. Battle between Patrick Leger and Fazzy Binks is dying off. 3 seconds now between them, and lapped traffic as well. Courtesy of Wilson Gigi in the number 223 Batch GTE sports car. Oh, look at this here. The Battle of P2 is rough and ready on our hands here. David Silf versus Danny Meeldijk. This is something that has gone under the radar for some time, but it is a beauty that we've caught it in such good stead. 4:14 battling for second place. David Silf up against Danny Meeldijk as we exit turn 11. Ferrari versus McLaren. See, Paul Moeller is not too far away at all. Where has this come from all of this time? Danny Meeldijk then on the defensive from the attacking car of David Silf. The Ferrari has a lot more to give in terms of longevity, but the McLaren's got a lot more to give in a straight line. You can see that firsthand. There goes the McLaren. It's rocketing away as we head to the back straight here, down towards 130R. This is a very, very exciting battle that has suddenly appeared in our hands here. Paul Moeller is not too far away, but too far away at the moment to really have any real impact on this battle. But the moment these two trip up, it's his to gain. He's still very much so in the fight, just not in the influential range of it. See, the McLaren is attempting to break the toe. It knows that the straight line speed is enough to keep it away from the Ferrari, but not forever, and certainly not with slipstream in play. He knows that he probably will be comfortable going down into turn 1 and 2 for the time being. The Ferrari just cannot break that late. It will be catching him up through the S's. This is very, very exciting stuff. We look on board the helmet cam of David Silf as we head through the first sector. You can see how much rotation the Ferrari is able to give over those curves. It does get a little bit too snappy at times on him there, as we saw out of turn 4. Head out of turn 6 now to turn 7. The Dunlop curve. He's able to stay very close to Danny Meeldijk's McLaren. Now heading to the Degner, you can see this is the Achilles heel of the mid-engine cars, the real kicker zone here. Turns 8 and 9, running a little bit wide over turn 8. Into turn 9 he goes. Gets very heavy on the curb there, and a little bit of runoff for good favour. Now up to turns 10 and 11. This is the real striking zone for a lot of battles we've seen over the course of this race. Will he be thinking of such an ambitious lunge as we head through? No, he does not, but he's going to put himself in very good position here to hold on all the way through turns 12, 13 and 14 for his next opportunity down at the 130R. See, the Ferrari really did struggle for understeer in this section, but whatever David Silf has done to his one, it is really, really liking that section of the track. As you can see, he's now absolutely level with Meeldijk here. It's going to be nearly side by side as we head to 130R. Who is going to break first? Who's got a wife and kids waiting at home? It's going to be David Silf. Breaks first. Is it going to give him the better position here, heading down into the Casio Triangle? No, it is not. He's just going to have to hold on once more here, but he's much, much closer than he was in the lap beforehand, so it could give him a very good run for his money here down towards turn 1 and 2. I'm praying now for the opportunity to see an Alonso-esque overtake. I know that it's nearly impossible with these GT cars, but I want to see one. We've got an hour and 11 minutes. I know it can happen. Heading down into turn 1 and 2 then. 788 is really having to move into a defensive performance now. He's having to throw away the chances of hunting down first place. He's got his hands full with a very, well, green and grey and black and Ferrari-shaped problem in his rear-view mirror. Oh, getting a little bit heavy over the curbs there. That was nearly a spin out for Danny Meeldijk. He's really had to let off the throttle, but that's allowed David Silf to go right up to his rear and force him there to go wide into turn 8. So David Silf, by way of getting a little bit tricky there and forcing some pressure, has got Danny Meeldijk to cave and lose second position. That was very, very cheeky there. He's not actually done anything wrong, but it was very clever. Waiting for his opportunity to really pressure Meeldijk after a mistake. Knows that's when a driver is at their most vulnerable. But now, Paul Moller has caught up, and he has now got a raging stampede of exclusives on his tail if he wants to hold on to P2. David Silf, yes, he has got this one in, but now he has got the task of keeping two angry McLarens off of his rear. We'll catch up with him in a moment's time. That was certainly an exciting battle to see, and one that we weren't expecting this late on into the race. Looking around, we've also got some of the cars trying to unlap themselves. Wilson's usually trying to unlap himself from Fazzy Binks in the number 789. Unfortunately, doesn't get that one in. Liam Mutz trying to run away there from James Mason, holding on to 18th position in this race. Andre Damrat confidently leading this race now, not really having to worry about whatever's going on behind him. Martin van Manen and Jack Giles, the gap now sits at around 3 seconds. That's dead in the water for the time being. Kieran Rodd has got his own set of problems to deal with. Stuck in the middle of lapped traffic. Wilson Gigi is slowly catching him up. Danny Meeldijk is stuck right in the middle of where he doesn't want to be right now. He wanted to be back up in P2. He just got caught with his trousers down through turn 7. Got pressured in the wrong spot of the track and got way too late on the brakes going into the Degner. But here you can see another battle. Matteo Mastromaro and Brendan Roos, we caught them right in the nick of time. The 415 very nearly had a move in there going into turn 1 and 2. The battle of P5 is back and lively between Tempest and MSA. Try and keep an eye on all of these battles here, but it's going to be very, very tough. You're dealing with 3 battles now, as it were. Van Manen v Giles, which is slowly starting to die off, but now you've got the new factored battle of Silf v Meeldijk v Mola. And this is where things could really kick off. Talking inherited position. If there is anything that goes wrong for that number 5, it is the inherited position for the race lead. With an hour and 8 minutes left to go, realistically anything can and still could happen. Try and keep an eye on it on the map here. The battle between Meeldijk and Silf. So he's making his way down to the Casio triangle there. We go back to Mastromaro. .3 of a second is that which divides them right now as they head down the opening straight. See, that last lap, it was only 1/10 of a second in difference for pace there to the benefit of Brendan Roos. Absolutely nothing in it between them. So by that stroke, it could go either way. It could go to the benefit of Brandon Roos. It could go to the benefit of Matteo Mastromaro. It's too close to tell at this time in the race. Heading up through Dunlop then. Back to the onboard perspective of Mastromaro as we head to the toughest section of the track, the Degner curves. See how quickly he jumps down through the gears for that. It's a clever thing you see with a lot of drivers around here. They go down to first for the torque on the first half of the corner and then up into second for the better acceleration. Because they've got a longer gear to play with and they'll spend less time losing speed through shifting. It's a very clever thing. So they get first for the torque, second for the acceleration. using some of that engine braking. It's very clever to see, actually put pen to paper and see these executed on track. Little driving techniques like that. Suzuka really is the track for it as well. We're seeing a lot of advanced driving techniques on display because it is just one of those tracks that requires full knowledge of your machine in order to get the most out of it. And that's what we're seeing on a lot of these drivers inside the top 10. Let's see if we can go back on board then with what's going on up in the Battle of P2. It actually seems to be more of a civil war between the exclusive cars. The 787 and the 788 are closer to each other than they are to David Silf up in second place. So this is looking more towards the battle of a podium position here between Paul Moller and Danny Meeldijk. Former teammates, I should add, by the way, now split apart into different cars due to restructuring at Exclusive Esports' lineup for the second round of the championship finds them racing in two different cars. Now we get to see how these two interact with each other. Not as teammates, but as members of the same team. Of course, they have their own respective place in the championship to fight for now, unless they get put back in the same car. In that case, if these two are to, say, bash into each other, it's going to be a bit of an awkward state of affairs at the exclusive team going in round 3 in Barcelona. Not that I think they will. It's looking pretty respectful at the moment between Moller and Meeldijk. We head out of Spoon. They're going to be looking to work together, as it seems, to try and get the most out of their cars at the moment. But if Meeldijk's going to keep snapping around like that, I think Moller's going to be too patient. You can see he's definitely got it in him, and they're moving over to let him by. Meeldijk doesn't want to give his teammate former actual in-car teammate, but in the same team sort of teammate, any grief over the course of this race. He's let Moller on by and is going to be trying to work together here to get Silf by the end of this race. They've got an hour and 3 minutes left to do so. If we go back to the Battle of Roos v Mastromaro, it's 0.3 of a second as we head to 130R. Now on the perspective of the defending car here for the Battle of 5th. These two have just had absolutely nothing between each other for what feels like an eternity now. It easily has to be around 15 to 20 laps that they've been like this, consistently at odds. Now as we get to the hour mark, very, very shortly, they're going to see the final pit stops of the race start to take place. We're going to see the last of our performances out of some of these drivers before we get to the checkered flag. And for Roos and Mastromaro, it is a battle really to remember. These two have been properly on it with each other. And it is just fantastic to watch. It could still realistically go either way. And that's probably the beauty of some of these battles, is where you get, it is really up in the air. The odds are super open. Ian Skeen is now 10 seconds from Patrick Leger, who himself is, I think, about 3 seconds from Fazzy Bink. So it's getting close towards the top 10 at the moment. 3.5 seconds is the gap, as you can see there, from the perspective of the 296, the False Group Esports car, down in the Privateers division. In a very respectable race for him. There's Andrea Casciotti making his way onto the track for the final time in this race. The 113 having took the final stop. Now with an hour and 2 minutes to cover before the checkered flag. Jack Giles is in the pits as well. He's going to be swapping over for Freno Radic for the end of this race. David Silf is now running away with P2. It has been a very hard-fought P2 for MSA. I think they're going to be very, very happy if they can take this to the line after a battle like that. Now they have to deal with the newfound adversary, Paul Moller. Fortunately, they are still just fast enough to keep away from them. A tenth faster in the last lap. Wilson Gigi is very close there to Andrea Casciotti, but we must factor in, of course, final pit stops are imminent now. So there will be a lot of shifting around for a lot of these drivers before we get to the checkered flag. We've still one more pit stop left in it. that battle is still going on between Mastromaro and Roos. They'll be handing over to their teammates very shortly, but it has been definitely a battle to remember. One of the highlights of this race really has been these two being so close to each other, giving us such an exciting drive to watch firsthand. There's not really been a dull moment here in Suzuka thanks to these two and thanks to plenty of battles like the ones we're getting here. We really just don't get tired of it. And it could very well kick off into a final lunge for 5th position here as we get out of turn 10 into turn 11. Sadly, no dice. So there we have it, 1 hour left to go here in the 4 hours of Suzuka. So far, so good. It has been a fantastic race to cover so far. Plenty more battling on the way. I think we're far from done here. This is but the prelude to the final chapter of what we're going to see is absolute cinema here in Suzuka. We can see already it's going to be side by side, front to rear quarter between Mastromaro and Roos. As we head to 130R, it's getting ultra close now between these two. Where will we end up as we get round to 130R? To the inside he goes. Roos is going to try and undercut him though as we head down to the Casio Triangle. This is a fantastic closing act to what has been an incredibly long battle between these two. An epic saga of overtakes. But Mastromaro goes up and ahead of Brandon Roos to cap things off there. Absolute cinema. What a move by Mastromaro. Brandon Roos is going to jump to the pit lane. That signifies the end of a long saga of battles between these two. You couldn't ask for a better finishing act than that. That is brilliant stuff. Hopefully those two meet again on track, or at least their teammates do. We'll be swapping over to Jussi Virolainen shortly. Will be Matteo Mastromaro in the 415. The 315, however, has run into trouble. That is Frano Radic, who after their run into the pit lane, swapping in for Jack Giles, has run into some trouble down at the Dunlop curve. That is going to cause quite a bit of grief there for their final run of things, especially when it comes to gaining time on the positions they've already lost out to from being in the pit lane early. See in the pit lane as well, Noah Haggard, Kelvin Castons, Noah Haggard swapping for Mackenzie Burton in the 211 K1 Esports Academy car. We'll see who they swap for in the place of Castons. I believe it will be... is it going to be Castons or is it going to be Bettentrup in the number 6 car there? Still waiting on word from race control. We'll see what's going on with the number 6. I believe it is a driver swap that we're witnessing. Castons has had a very strong race. Maybe not one that they wanted compared to their performances out in Imola, but you've got to take what you're given sometimes, and Suzuka is a tough enough track as it is, so just consider yourself lucky you didn't get the rain. Ian Skeen comes into the pits to swap for Aaron Williams with the number 696 Euro Titans car. Jan Bettentrup takes to the helm, but was that a disconnect? No, it wasn't. It was just a disconnect on our end for them. But yeah, you can see over in the distance, there goes the blue and green M4 of Jan Bettentrup. Justin Fraser leaves the pit lane at the moment. Ian Skeen will be swapping for Aaron Williams. Connor Letford is behind the wheel of the number 30 car, who's currently chasing Patrick Lager in the 296. We've got plenty of mix-ups here going on for what is a very chaotic closing hour. We can see Andrea Casciotti and Wilson Gigi are very close to one another. Two Ferraris headlocked here as we head to Spoon. Just want to see what's going on up front as well. Sylph is far and away gone now. I think it's a case where it's going to be the two exclusive cars fighting each other. Andre Damrat is behind the wheel. I think he'll be swapping shortly for Louis Baptiste to take it to the checkered flag, if strategy is to give us anything. Martin Van Manen's into the pit swapping for Toby Cyril. Neil Dyke and Mola now 3 seconds separated, so the strategy's kind of come loose at the seams there for exclusive. They'll still be looking to take home at least a podium finish. 2 cars inside the top 5, still nothing to scoff at, but considering where they were earlier in the race, it's definitely a far cry of their current anticipations for performance. Virolainen takes to the track in the 415 from 5th position, narrowly escaping the iron sights of Fazzy Binks as he crosses the line and heads into turn 1 and 2. Just out in the nick of time, but right into the fire, as it were, now having to deal with the lapped traffic and battling duo of Andrea Casciotti and Wilson Gigi. Paul Mola has Sebastian Turner for company there, attempting to lap the 777 as we head down the opening straight. Don't know which way to look here. There's so many cars getting closer and closer to each other on track. It is really tough to say. A drive-through penalty, though, for Aaron Williams, and the 696 has undone their chances of a top 10 finish in this race by the looks of it. 55 minutes to go. They could possibly pull this one back, but a drive-through this late on can be fatal, especially with how active the pit lane is at the moment. You could gain or lose a lot of positions through that pit stop penalty. They're not the only ones, though. Tristan Fraser also has a drive-through penalty to serve in this final act of the race. Martin van Manen is back on track. Not swapping for Toby Cyril, so he'll be doing the last stint himself. Jan Bettentrup on track at the moment in the number 6. We've got the imminent battle here. Fazzy Binks versus Jussi Virolainen. See right behind them as well, Andrea Casciotti is some way down the order, further up in 13th position. The driver who's trying to catch Wilson Gigi is running and running away fast. Aaron Williams is in the pit lane to take their pit stop penalty now. The drive through, I believe they have just served and they're still in 12th position, so all's well that ends well. They still very much so have a chance here as Wilson Gigi jumps to the pit lane. I think they've just got this one in properly. They've just dodged quite a hefty bullet that would have undone their results at the end of this race. It's now a long way from 11th, but they can rest easy knowing they'll be in the top 15. With Virolainen, though, he is pulling away. He's pulling away fast to Fazzy Binks. I don't think there's much a battle there right now. We'll catch up with them later on. Connor Letford now behind the wheel of the number 30, chasing Patrick Leger in the 296. In the pit lane at the moment, by the way, went Andre Damrat, swapping for Louis Baptiste, giving the provisional race lead to Paul Muller and Danny Meeldijk, but they too must serve their mandatory pit stop very, very soon. Their stint timers will be ticking down to this very moment, where they must willingly forfeit the race lead. Mario Roitiès side by side with Tristan Fraser looking to unlap themselves. Right behind them there is Harrison Greenhalgh. Tristan Fraser is getting very ambitious for what is unlapping this late stage of the race. Mario Roitiès is having absolutely none of it. Neither is Greenhalgh, for that matter, giving us the light show there as we head down the opening straight. Oh, I'm not sure what is going on there. Where is Greenhalgh going? Lunging for the inside to unlap themselves. Well, lapping these cars, actually. He's 17th, these two are not. Roitiès very nearly taking a trip sideways around turn 2. He's been able to keep that Ferrari facing the right way after a little bump there from Tristan Fraser, trying to unlap himself desperately. He's getting a little bit pear-shaped further down the line here. 27th and 23rd on two completely different lengths of the race here are battling like it's for position. And round turn 7, Roitiès actually loses out. But this is crucial. This is absolutely crucial. A drive-through penalty for Louis Baptiste, for the would-have-been race leader. Now, XCL have a golden opportunity to seize the race win here. If they can time their pit stops to absolute perfection, it'll be an imminent run to the pit lane for NLR. What will they be able to do under such circumstances? They may have just been given the green light for a race win here. Baptiste is going to have to think about this one very, very tactically here. It could be deciding the race win, this run to the pit lane. You can see it's very urgent by the Mustang. Late onto the brakes there, but just within the speed limit. See what the situation is then up front. Meeldijk is still out on track, as too is Moller. They're still waiting to stop. The number 5 is still slowly making their way through the pits. They're now halfway away around the track by this point. It's not looking particularly grand here for NLR. They really would need to clutch up on the next couple of laps here. 50 minutes in order to secure that race win. Otherwise, it's going to go in the way of XCL, who I'm sure would be delighted to have such a result after such a tough race. Catch up with the top 2 in a moment's time. Check around the paddock. Binks v Virolainen has quickly fallen by the wayside. 3.3 seconds. Not much activity going on there. Mola is leading this race then, and with an imminent pit stop to serve. The 854 bringing out the yellow flags for Sector 1 yet again at turn 4. You can see a very dreary sky, a little bit of a dread looming over the paddock now at the moment. Making their way into the pit lane then for the last time. The 787 was the race leader. Now that goes to the honour of the 788 of Danny Meeldijk. They're among the most crucial moments in this race. You may not realise it. This is what will decide the race, is what goes on in this pit lane. You can see there's a teammate of his, Fazzy Binks, is in the pits right now in the 789. It is all hands on deck at Exclusive. It is a red-hot state of affairs in the XCL War Room. Reno Radic is up into 9th position with Euro Titans. The 315 is out in front and slowly hunting down Martin van Manen. Currently, though, not an awful lot to comment on in regards to close battling. It is now a battle of strategy at this stage of the race. We'll see plenty of drivers reconvene on track, but we're not at that stage just yet. We've got a lot of drivers still waiting to do their pit stops. Baptiste is 3rd, ahead of Mola. Marcus Carlos is ahead at the moment in the 414. And then leading the race at the moment would then be Danny Meeldijk. This is a very peculiar state of affairs, let's put it, because a lot of our drivers who we have definitely thought is in... Hello. I've seen some news coming in. And yes, I can confirm it for you right now. Rain in 30 minutes. We have rain in 30 minutes time. Conditions are worsening. We're going from 17 degrees. We're going to go south of that very, very soon. Conditions are about to go wet. There will be at least 10 minutes of classified wet racing here at the end of Suzuka. So from what has been already an unexpected turn of events for our top 5 is about to be a turn of fate for all 25 cars left in this race. You see that the air is hanging heavy over Suzuka right now. It is looking very dark. It is looking very grey. It is looking suspiciously like Britain right now. And it is about to start raining like it too. So get ready, get your umbrellas out, because it's about to get wet on this track. That is going to be now the state of affairs, a total scramble for a lot of our official teams to try and reorganise into a wet strategy. They were predicting it much earlier in this race, but we're actually going to get only about 10 minutes of it. But there may still be that necessity to come in. It depends on how quickly the rain hits the track. If we're going to go straight into near storm conditions for at least 10 minutes, you are not going to be able to survive that length of the race on just slick tyres alone. There will need to be that jump to wet. There's going to be an imminent scramble to the pit lane should that come to pass. It depends now entirely on how quickly the rain sweeps over the track. If we only get spits of rain by the end of the race, I think a lot of the drivers will probably run the risk of going all the way to the end on the slick tyres. Washington running into more trouble down in Sector 1. Connor Letford and Mackenzie Burton keeping each other company on track here. You can see conditions are getting very, very dark and gloomy. here in Suzuka. I don't think anyone was expecting that turn to wet racing was going to be this late in the race. I'm sure a lot of people were expecting maybe a half and half situation. There was always that 30% risk of rain. But I think a lot of people were thinking, okay, we're nearly 4 hours in. There's not going to be much a chance it comes out now. But no, we have all been proven wrong, and today we will see exactly what wet racing looks like here in NLRL. And that is going to be the Hail Mary solution for Aaron Williams in the furthest up the order of the Aston Martins right now, as that is an absolute battleship in the wet. One of the best wet setups I would make the argument for in GT3 comes out of Aston Martin. The 788 is in the pits right now. Let's see if we can go on board and see the state of affairs here from Danny Meeldijk's perspective. So the leader of the race is now in the pits. How much longer will he be race leader, though, is another question entirely, as approaching soon is the imminent tide of the 414, and following in his trail is the number 5. So it is really a race against time here for Danny Meeldijk to try and get ahead of Louis Baptiste. I don't think it's going to happen, not this time. He's lost out in the race lead to Marcus Carlos. Louis Baptiste is still up and ahead on the road. The end of the road there. The 788 is exiting the pits. We can't actually get a visual on him there. That's Mola, that's Binks. And there, now taking control of the vehicle, is Elmar Mikkelsens. He's now rejoined the track, 3rd place. Actually, 4th place, I believe. So Mola ahead, as to his Baptiste. Leading the race right now is MSA. Marcus Carlos leads the race in the 414 after a very, very long strategy today for their team. If you go on board, you can see just what the state of affairs is looking like trackside here. It is getting very dark, lights are on. You can see that cloud of rain just hanging on the horizon here in Mie Prefecture. And as I've said before, when it rains, it pours at Suzuka. It is sudden and often unstoppably heavy. So we're really wondering now, there's this great anxiety in the pit box and in the commentary box over exactly what are we going to be going up against in about 30 minutes time. I'm sure that's going to weigh heavy on a lot of the drivers who aren't so confident in the wet as well. Especially so for the race leader, Marcus Carlos. There's a lot to risk in this race at the moment. A lot that already has been risked. A lot that has already been gained. But how much can be lost at this leg? That is what they're all wondering. We'll catch up with them later on. Not too far away is Louis Baptiste. After already having to contend with a drive-through penalty, they've been undeterred in their charge for the race lead, but now they have a very Ferrari-shaped problem in front of them, and that is the 414 of Marcus Carlos. Louis Baptiste has had very strong pace in the Mustang over the course of this session we've seen firsthand. Now having to work on the back foot here. Can he take it to a victory, and a 2-in-a-row victory, mind you, for NLR Esports here in this championship? There is a lot riding on the line here, especially with the 414 in the mix. Again, if we were to consult our championship standings, they're leading this championship, and by quite some way, to the nearest MSA car. You can see that Euro Titans and XCL are their two biggest threats at the time being. K1 not too far away. It takes quite some time before we get to where MSA was. It wasn't a super strong race for them in Imola. Louis Baptiste, his biggest threat at the moment is Paul Mola and Danny Meeldijk hanging around in the back. MSA are definitely going to gain quite a few points here. They're 40 points and 8th in the championship overall. What can Louis Baptiste do then? The odds are now stacked against him for the first time in this championship, and for the first time on the number 5 team have ever been on the back foot of anything. It has been a near flawless performance in Imola, and one crucial flaw could cost them this race. looking to see if we're going to get any battles at this leg of the race, now that the anxiety weighs heavy over the entire paddock over what to do in 30 minutes time. Looking at the weather radar, you can see it's still confirmed as 30 minutes imminent on wet. Formola is 3.3 seconds from Baptiste. He's got him in clear line of sight. He's got lapped traffic, namely Ben Sekist and the 711 car to deal with as of currently. In terms of actual on-the-track battles, there's not many to discuss. The drivers now separated by strategy and by pace. Very few of them are this close to each other as we saw in the hours beforehand. This could be the tactical run to the finish line most people were expecting this late on. The closest thing we have at the moment is the battle between Scott Milbank in the 114 and the driver on screen here, Cooper Murphy, in the number 33 AXRL car in the battle of 18th position. Stay on board with Cooper Murphy as they head over the Degner curves there. A little bit of a struggle into turn 8 through turn 9. The Ferrari is not super happy in this section of the track, nor has any Ferrari for that matter. I think most of the teams running the 296 have been especially anxious about turns 8 and 9. We'll stay on board with them for the duration of this lap as Scott Milbank is slowly working his way into frame. Now, as you can see, the sun drops below the horizon and we are truly in the twilight now here in Japan. We are looking at an imminent battle of 18th position. Cooper Murphy is slowly bleeding time to Scott Milbank in the number 114, who is looking to take the position for his very own. Looking at the perspective of the state of affairs going on at the moment, Marcus Carlos is losing ground to Louis Baptiste and Paul Mola, who are all within 2 seconds of one another. Ben Sekist has a drive-through penalty to serve. Around the track as well, Louis Baptiste is caught firmly in the middle of this action. The thought weighing very heavy over what to do when the rain starts hitting the tarmac. It has been a dry race for 3.5 hours now. What does one suddenly do when that becomes very much so not the case? See as well, getting closer to each other, Freno Radic, Fazzy Binks and Patrick Leger. Let's go on board with the battle between Milbank and Murphy. Getting in the mix of it there, that is Elmar Mikkelsen's in 4th place, looking to lap both of them. I think Milbank is going to use this to his advantage and maybe get a little bit of free slipstream heading down to 130R. Conditions are getting worse and worse. I think it's going to get only worse from here now. There you can see he stopped at the side of the road. That was Ben Sekist with trouble out of the Casio triangle. And that's also given Cooper Murphy a bit of grief, getting lapped there by Elmar Mikkelsen. It's given the green light to the 114 car to be right in the slipstream. Now, Murphy's lost a lot of ground and a lot of momentum. That's left him incredibly vulnerable to a move to the inside by Scott Milbank in the number 114, as I should say. Heading out of turn 2. Getting it up into 18th position. Can he hold on to that as we get to turn 3? Yes, he can. Very well crafted there by Scott Milbank, seizing the opportunity. But Cooper Murphy he's not having any of it. he is still very much so on and looking for the position wherever he can get it here. Around the S's, the Ferrari is super competitive, where the Mercedes is not. Heading to Dunlop, he's still right on him. Milbank has really got his hands full in trying to keep Cooper Murphy off his tail. Heading through Degner, the Mercedes is a lot more confident on the curbs here, as we can see, using a lot more of the inside at turn 9. But Murphy is just absolutely glued to the back of Milbank. So heading into turn 11, you see that Cooper Murphy backed out of a move there. He thought he had a look at the inside. He's actually backed out of it out of better judgment, realising that had he gone for the move, he would have swiped across the rear of Scott Milbanks. That's good judgment there by the youngster. As we head now through turn 12 to turn 13 and 14. Milbank looks to have this one, relatively speaking, bagged. As you can see, Cooper Murphy still has quite a lot of momentum left in the Ferrari here. The 813's run into trouble down the line. That was Harrison Greenhalgh in the Euro Titans Academy car that's run into some grief further down the track. That was out of turn 12, I believe. So only a few corners back from these two on screen here. Scott Milbank then through 130R is going to hold on to 18th position as we head to the Casio Triangle. We'll catch up with them later on. As I think the world wants to know what is going on up in the front row. Marcus Carlos is defending the lead of this race from Louis Baptiste, who is now drawing to within a second of the Brit up front. Question weighs very heavy in the MSA paddock is, can we clinch this race win? Louis Baptiste has proven alongside Andre Damrat to be an unstoppable force of pace over the course of this race. They've seemingly had every corner nailed in Suzuka. It's going to take a Leviathan drive from Marcus Carlos here to hold him off. Fortunately, he's got one of the best cars to defend in there. The Ferrari is just manoeuvrable enough to give him the opportunity he needs to hold the Mustang off until Paul Moeller can stage his own offensive in the 787 exclusive. But doing Baptiste a royal favour at the moment is Jan Bettentrup, who's tried for the longest time now to hold off Moeller, but I think it's just come to an end there out of turn 12. Moeller is back into this, makes 3 cars for the battle of the race lead. Looking at it at the moment, it's going to get worse here. So in 30 minutes, it is incredibly heavy rain on the horizon. 10 minutes time, we have rain. So we'll have at least 20 by the looks of it, 20 minutes projected of wet racing. So for these drivers, it is now or never. And as you can see with Louis Baptiste, he is hunting down Marcus Carlos now. He's right on the rear quarter of our current race leader. It's Ferrari versus Ford like it was back at Le Mans. As we head down into the first curve, Louis Baptiste is holding it around the outside, looking to eye it for the inside of the second half of the first curve. As we get now towards turn 3, as we start the S's off, turns 3 through 6. These two are absolutely neck and neck. See if we can get the perspective of the attacking car, that being Louis Baptiste in the number 5 NLRL Esports car. Heading to the Degner now. This is where the Mustang has great advantage over those curbs, as does most of its front engine compatriots. You can see using a little bit more of the inside at turn 9, just as we saw in the last battle. Now as we head towards turn 10 and 11, what will Baptiste be eyeing up as we get to the halfway point of this lap? Lap 101 of this race, could we see Baptiste retake the lead? This is truly epic stuff, and we're not even at the full crescendo act of this fantastic race. We've still 20 minutes of wet racing on our hands here, starting in 10 minutes time. Baptiste is just eyeing up Carlos for a move now, waiting for his opportunity to strike. He mustn't wait too long, as Paul Moeller is lingering in the background, waiting for his opportunity to do the same. heading to 130R. You can see just how much give the Mustang has, but a big slip over the curb has forced a bit of an obtuse line out of Louis Baptiste. He's having to sort of cool it off a little bit there. He's getting a little too brave, especially when there is so much to risk here. This is for the race lead now. This is be all and it is end all. And as we head down the opening straight, this could very well go the favour of NLR Esports. Louis Baptiste is side by side, is going to be to the outside at turn 1. Marcus Carlos is not going to give this one up for love nor money. Down into turn 2, they are still side by side, nothing between them. Marcus Carlos is trying to hold off Louis Baptiste from the race lead. As we get to turn 3, there goes Baptiste up into the lead of the race. Now round turn 4, we're still going, nothing between them. Marcus Carlos is on an absolute blinder, trying to retake first. Hanging in the background there is Paul Moller as well. This is now 3 horses in race for first. What started off as a 2-horse has become a 3-horse race. Bet your bottom dollar. The number 5 is absolutely flying now as we head to Degner. But Marcus Carlos is not letting go. Not for love nor money. Heading to turn 10, now to turn 11. Paul Moller could be eyeing up a strike in the next few corners. That McLaren is deathly close now. It is 3 teams, all in contention for the race lead. NLR versus MSA versus Exclusive. You can't write this stuff if you tried. Round turn 12, now to Spoon. Watching from Baptiste's perspective as the lights start to dim here. Lights are getting very, very low. Here in Suzuka, we're about to go into night racing on top of wet racing. It is a true hell that awaits these 3 in contention for the race win. Right now, the one in defence is Louis Baptiste after a blinder of ascend through the opening sector. Marcus Carlos caught firmly in the crossfire now. He's looking to either defend or attack from Paul Moller or Louis Baptiste. And Paul Moller's got the best seat in the house here. 1 slip and the race win is his. 28 minutes. We're looking at approximately 24 minutes left to go when the rain will start hitting. And this is when we'll kick everything off into the highest of all gears. You really just, you're biting your nails in anticipation now because it's about to kick off into one of the greatest endings to a race I have ever seen. See as well the battle of Tony Garona versus Connor Letford down in 6th position. You don't know which way to look now as all of the drivers, like we said before, are now reconvening on track. The strategies have paid off for a lot of these guys and we're back into full-fledged battling like it's lap 1. Looking from the perspective of Paul Moller as he eyes up Marcus Carlos. This is the battle of P2. Subsequently could be the battle of P1 depending on what Baptiste does over the course of this lap. From Moller's perspective though, current step is to P2. We'll try and keep an eye as well on that battle of Letford v Garona as it is very close between the pair of them right now. You're looking at around 7 to 8 tenths of a second and closing. So back on board with Moller for the time being as we head around Spoon. And what's brilliant as well, it's 3 different teams, 3 different cars, all in the mix for this race win. Mustang versus 296 versus 720S. Detroit versus Maranello versus Woking. Ford will be absolutely ecstatic as well with the Mustang's performance. They'll be leading the Constructors' Championship out of this round. You can see, I think that was just a little, perhaps spits on the windscreen there. Perhaps I'm seeing things with Paul Moller. It is literally any moment now. We are but minutes away. Oh my goodness, what on earth has gone on there? That was Louis Baptiste into the wall. I don't believe what I've seen there. We were just looking on the windscreen. What on earth happened around turn 7? We were looking in the wrong way. We look back over there. Through turn 7 we go, catching the back end of turn 7, going across the nose and into the wall. That was the end of the road. Oh my goodness, for Louis Baptiste, it was written in the stars. 25 minutes to go, heavy damage over the nose. It is now 2 horses in it. Paul Moller and Marcus Carlos. Ferrari versus McLaren. MSA versus Exclusive Esports in the contention for this race lead. I do not believe what I've seen there. I am still in a state of absolute shock from that. And I'm sure the NLR Esports team are as well. That is the most bitter end, I think, that could ever be for the number 5. It has now opened the doors, though, for Marcus Carlos to square off against Paul Moller here for the control of the race lead. We really thought it would have been freedom ringing for the Ford Motor Company, but it has gone so incredibly wrong in the final moments here before the real meat and potatoes of this race. Paul Moller is going to lunge it around the outside. Can he make it stick against Marcus Carlos in the MSA number 414? Moller is still on it, but has to tuck back in before turn 3. Oh my goodness, now you can see the rain is hitting, and it is hitting fast. Look at this now, it has swept upon them. It is absolute monsoon conditions as we've quickly head into this now. Welcome to the final act of this race, ladies and gents, because it is quickly gone from bad to even worse. This could still be regained by NLR. They could jump into the pits now, get on the wets, and they will still find a way. But it is very far and away now. These two are racing on what is effectively ice. McLaren and Ferrari could barely pull their own weight now as we head towards turns 10 and 11. It has gotten incredibly dicey for Paul Moller and for Marcus Carlos. You can see the snaps of oversteer there. The McLaren just can't pull through. Wet racing is truly upon us, and Bedlam has descended upon Suzuka. This is no longer for the battle of first. This is the battle for survival at this leg of the race. They've got 22 minutes of this and nothing but this until the checkered flag. God have mercy on you. Because Suzuka will not. You see Freno Radic scrambling for the pit lane there. Euro Titans are going to be eager to get all cars in and going. Aaron Williams is having to hang it back here. The Aston is really out of its element without those wet tyres on. Normally the king of the wet race. With those slicks on, it's as good as dead in the water. And it very soon will be if this weather keeps up. Andrea Casciotti has Garona for company there. That's lapping him as we head down into turns 10 and 11. Everyone is slow to an absolute crawl. The pit lane is alive with activity. Ben Sekis, Louis Baptiste, Sebastian Turner, all in the pit lanes. Marcus Carlos now coming into the pit lane as well. Could this be salvageable for Baptiste? I mean, at this point, does anybody even know? I don't think it's possible now, given the extent of the damages. Elmas Mikkelsen and Paul Moller have stayed out on track. It is suicidal, given the conditions at play here. Everyone else is scrambling for the pit lane. Garona will be next up. Virolainen is making their way in with Milbank now. The pit lane is absolutely alive. But Moller has made the very brave, let's put it, decision to stay out. There you can see trouble already finding its way to Fazzy Binks' doorstep. That was George Washington in the 854. Freedom may not have rung for the Ford Motor Company, but it just rang across the nose of the 789. Andre Damrat has a drive-through penalty, so it's gone from bad to worse for NLR. It's a disaster here in the last 20 minutes of racing. They thought they were in the clear by getting the wet tyres on, and they could just bring it to the line, see where they end up, but they've got even more problems to deal with. Freno Radic, we can see here in the number 315, is in 10th with those wet tyres on. Has got a clear line of sight to the checkered flag now. No more stops necessary from Euro Titans. Scott Milbank for K1 Esports is leaving the pits with wet tyres on now. Mackenzie Burton joining us in the 211 Academy car will be pitting for those tyres as well. So you can see how this has shook up the entire paddock now. Both of those exclusive cars are staying out, and it is an incredibly risky choice to do so. Marcus Carlos is next down the line, and he's taken his pit stop, and he's got brand new tyres on. That's going to take him all the way to the end of the race. You can see Andre Damrat has damage and a drive-through penalty. Jussi Virolainen also on the wet tyres. This could very well be, and I don't want to call it too early, but it could be an MSA 1-2. They've took the strategy absolutely dead on. They've got two cars furthest up the order of the wet runners, and they're still waiting for the top two to jump into the pit lane. Elmas Mikkelsens makes the jump with Jan Bettentrup. They're joined in the pit lane by Fazzy Binks and Martin van Manen. And now we wait to see what the verdict is of Paul Moller, who is still running on slicks on a wet track. I'm not sure I've ever seen the like. A stop-go 30-second penalty for Mackenzie Burton in the 211. We'll stay on board then with those who dare win, I suppose. Marcus Carlos, furthest up the order of the wet runners right now, is looking to be catching the exclusive esports car of, I believe it's Danny Meeldijk in the pits at the moment. Marcus Carlos making his way across then. It's Elmas Mikkelsens, my mistake there, and he has overtaken him. So now it's a case of what does the race leader do? As it could very well go in the favour of MSA's Marcus Carlos. Alongside his teammates, David Silf and Craig Twardock. This could be the surprise win they've been eyeing up. And it'll be a real task now. Between now and the checkered flag for them to get it. They need to effectively pray that they've got enough time in it. Paul Moller is still clinging to the margins here. 107 laps in. He's on slicks. There's not a lot he can do right now. But pray that he's got enough grip in that McLaren, which you can see is just not really happening for him. It's a miracle that he's even able to find grip in such variety on tyres such as these. Unless he's already on the wets, which we didn't see him jump to the pit lane. And he doesn't appear to be at all concerned with doing so right now. Unless he went on the wets ages ago. What would compel someone to stay out for this long? Perhaps there are things even we don't know. That is a tale of tragedy, though, for the number 5 of Andre Damrat and Louis Baptiste. From bad to worse. After a drive-through penalty already, it hits the wet rain. And they're spun into the wall at turn 7. And then another drive-through to deal with. That is terminal for them. That could very well be the loss of the championship lead going to Barcelona at the end of the month. There you can see the face of a damaged car. That is the number 5 Mustang of Andre Damrat. Harry Palmer in the pit lane at the moment, looking to take on new tyres and swap for his teammate. Jan Bettentrup also has a stop-go 30-second penalty to serve. So what is the state of affairs for Paul Moller in the 787? You can see that he's been harassed for position here, trying to be unlapped by Letford, who has just a lot more grip in the number 30 right now. I think it is, really. You're looking at a case here where Moller is on slicks. Start to see on the edges of the track little bits of standing water. Things are getting pretty grim here in Suzuka. See how early he's having a break there compared to the wet running number 30, who just took him on the inside like he was standing still. Is it going to be a look to the pits? No. So I think Mola is just going to try and take this one to the line. It is, don't get me wrong, possible, but not without its incredible risk. 15.5 minutes on conditions like this where he's hitting 2:16s. If we take a look at the timetables for Marcus Carlos's last spree of times, you're talking 2:16. We get all the way down to the bottom of this timing chart. You're looking at a 2:16 against 2:09s. That is the Requiem knell for Paul Mola. He's losing 7 seconds a lap on average. And right now, has Andrea Casciotti all over his rear quarter. One does question now, what is the gap looking like? You can see they're actually about halfway around the track from one another, so that gap sits at around, say about a minute at the time being. We're going to take the track, cut it straight down the middle. That's about a minute either side of it. So that gap is starting to drop. It's a case now, though, can Carlos make that time up in 14.5 minutes? Bear in mind, Mola is now starting to attract a little bit of unwanted attention. Casciotti and Roy TS are getting very upset with how slow he's moving. Mola has took an immense gamble staying on those slicks, but it is not doing him any favours now. They're passing him like he's standing still. And this is the race leader. Could this be a strategy just gone one too far? You can see he's continually losing more and more control per lap of that car. I don't necessarily see it being much more left in it for him. This could go from bad to worse here. And it has done that already for drivers in much better stead than these two this race. So do not rule it out as impossible. The current race leader then, but for how much longer? There's Martijn van Manen in the background as well, now joining the queue of drivers trying to get around Paul Mola. It has been an incredible gamble, but, you know, is it going to pay off? You can see how risky it is, even for drivers who are on the wet tyres. There you can see in the background is Harry Palmer with the stop-go 30, who's gone all the way wide in the first curve. Even on the wet tyres, there's not a lot of grip to give because the track is just getting worse and worse. What chance do you have, is the question. And I think he does fancy his chances. With 12 minutes left to go, if they can, and this is a big if they can clinch this victory, it will go down as one of the greatest victories we have ever seen on TRTN. They are against the forces of entropy, the forces of nature itself for this race win now. There is no driver right now that can take it away from them but themselves. And also the 414. George Washington with even more troubles in the 854 down at Spoon. I don't think we're going to see many in the way of battles at this late stage of the race. It is now a battle against nature itself for most of these drivers, just to keep all four wheels in the white lines now for the next 11 minutes of racing. All across the paddock, cars are struggling. Marcus Carlos then has got the heaviest burden of all in his attempts to try and catch the leading 787. Right now, it's still too far away to tell what the gap is looking like here between Mola and Carlos. You can see that where Mola is making their way out of turn 18, Carlos is making their way out of turn 14. See, Van Manen's not too happy there. He's jostling Mola around the track here. wants position wherever he can get it. Palmer is following suit as well. All it takes is for one run in. Keep in mind, they're trying to lap him gracefully, but it's not easy in conditions like this. All it takes is one shunt. And that gap that he spent the entire race accruing, and with such a risky strategy, falls apart immediately. And it's 10.5 minutes here. He needs to pray for the perfect race. Andre Damrat in 11th at the moment, chasing Patrick Leger, who's 14 seconds up the road. Martijn van Manen, 16 seconds away from 6th place. That's Conor Letford he's chasing. You can see in the background there, Harry Palmer running into some trouble there out of turn 7 as we head down to Degner. Speaking of Harry Palmer, there he is in the 314 with a stop-go 30. I think he's just waiting until the end of the race now, and we'll have it added on at the end. Tony Garona in the 416 in a real baptism of fire conditions for what is, I think, his first time out on track this race. 9 minutes to go, and it is pure hell. The state of affairs then. Last lap was a 2:16.8 by Paul Mola. Mario Reutiers looking to unlap himself from Paul Mola there, and whether he wanted to or not, Mola jumped to one side of the track. I don't think that was intentional at all. I genuinely think it's a case where he's got no grip to play with now. You see it side by side. Reutiers is actually having to tuck back in behind Mola as he runs wide out of 130R. Reutiers still on him. A little bit of contact there. See, this is exactly what he was worried about. People want to get around him, but it's not exactly easy to do, especially when even they, on wet tyres, don't have all of the grip to play with. It's the equivalent. Everyone around you is walking on ice and you've decided to pour a bottle of oil into yourself and walk yourself. That's the situation Mola's found him in. Everyone has no grip. He's got even less. You see Reutiers and Mola side by side there. Two completely separate lengths of the race here. And whether they want to or not are forced together on it. 414 is closing ground and closing ground fast. It could very well be a case where Marcus Carlos can catch. Again, Mola drawing a lot of unwanted attention now as cars struggle to get around him. Marcus Schwartz and Mario Reutiers are all trying to get around him. That was, I believe that was Washington again with trouble out of turn 7 as we head down to turn 8 and 9. Christian Lebay asking where's the stain that led the race. An unfortunate accident has took them effectively out of the runnings for the race win. They're down in, I believe, 11th position right now after having to serve a drive-through penalty, nursing the car back to good health. You can see the mounting frustration of the NRW car behind him. Marcus Schwartz wants out of the way of Mola. He can continue his own fight. He has his own interests to protect in this race. And going around, that was Mario Reutiers spinning around there out of turn 12, just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. As we see, coming out of turn 11 into turn 12 we go. Watch the Ferrari trailing around the back here. Just as we get to turn 12, there's a pocket of standing water, and it's sent him to the far edge of the track. It's caught his rear right tyre, and he's spun around. Mola and Schwartz side by side. Schwartz is waiting no longer to unlap himself from the race leader. As you can see, as we enter 130R again, is losing even more time. It was a 2:17 in the last lap. And now we can see slowly crawling into frame on the left-hand side of our screen in the timing charts there is Marcus Carlos. 6.5 minutes will decide this spectacular chapter of racing. It has been 4 hours of racing here at Suzuka, and it all comes down to 6 minutes in the pouring rain here in Suzuka. And do my eyes deceive me? There was, I believe, a little bit of trouble down the line. Let's see if we can catch with our potential race leader. Depending on what he can do in the next 6 minutes here, history will define this win. slowly closing in. Will he have enough time, though? That is the real question. That's what's weighing on everyone's mind. It's 18 seconds. Bear in mind, he's getting 7 seconds a lap. That's just enough for, I think, 3 laps left in this race. It will come down to the wire between Marcus Carlos and Paul Mola to decide this race win. This is spectacular stuff we are witnessing. He's not a race leader yet. That we are witnessing live. It is all or nothing now for this man on screen. Marcus Carlos has fought valiantly to be where he is now. Could take it even higher to a race win. Is he jumping out of the way to let him through? Is Mario Reutius? Whether he meant to or not matters little now. 13 seconds divide him from Mola. That gap is just going to keep coming down. This is really, really exciting to watch. Never have I seen a race end like this before. 4.5 minutes left to go. We're looking at 2 laps of racing to decide the race win here in Suzuka. Four minutes left to go. And at 11 seconds is the dividing factor of our top 2. Harry Palmer is in the pits for the time being. We must consider as well, one of the cars to lap is the 789. That's Fazzy Binks, another exclusive car. Is he going to try and even bother getting in the way here? Actually, it's probably going to be a case where he catches his teammate before Carlos catches him. This is absolutely mega stuff. I've never seen anything like this before. The gap just keeps coming down. He's getting droves of time in every single corner. 9 seconds now as we get onto... I think we still even have another lap after this. So 2 more laps by the looks of it. Must consider as well, one mistake by Carlos and it is over. Mikkelson's is 9.3 seconds behind and could catch should he make a grim mistake now. The pressure couldn't be higher for Marcus Carlos. It is a rare thing that we show it's a battle for first, but you can't even physically see the other car on track. It is a battle on 2 different fronts here. Marcus Carlos is battling with his own pace to stay on track to catch Paul Mola. Paul Mola is battling with his own car to stay on track and not spin out. It is a battle that will be won and lost without even having to fight for the position. Right now, it's 5.5 seconds as we head to 130R. This is going to go the way, if all else fails, of Marcus Carlos and teammates David Silf and Craig Twardock with MSA Racing. This is absolutely brilliant stuff. It'll be drawing down then to 1 more lap. There you can see the target in front. Both exclusive cars. Fazzy Binks in the way there in the 789. Paul Mola is drawing into frame. So, 1 more lap to go. This is the be-all and end-all here. A 2:16 against a 2:08. He lost 8 seconds in the last lap. Paul Mola's time has come. His luck has run out because here is the 4:14 of Marcus Carlos. His only saving grace now is whatever his teammate can do. And realistically, in the position he's in, he can't do anything. He's a blue flagged car. He's got to shift out of the way here. It's whether or not he even chooses to. This could get a bit controversial here as the car in the way is another exclusive. Out of turn 7 we go. There's not much that Fazzy Binks can do, but let Marcus Carlos roll on by. There's nothing you can do now. Try as you may, dread it, run from it. Destiny still arrives. I wanted to quote Marvel for some time on this one. getting down into the Degner curves. Without further ado, his time has come, and so too is the time for Marcus Carlos to rise to first place as we get down towards turn 11, looking for the inside, isn't going to get it. Paul Moller, despite everything that he's going through now, is still defending the race lead. He knows he still can, but for how much longer? He's got no grip in the tyres. Try as you may, you will not escape this man. Marcus Carlos is taking it to the outside, now leading the race in the final lap here at Suzuka. You can't write a race like this. Through turn 14 he goes. Marcus Carlos taking it down the back straight after a valiant drive is going to clinch it in the final lap. 4 corners from the finish line. Taking it down to 130R. They tried everything they can, but Exclusive aren't getting the race win this time around. So heading down to the line, and with an absolutely monster drive, no one is taking this away from MSA today. An absolutely imperial drive. Race winners in round 2. MSA Racing's Marcus Carlos, David Silf and Craig Twardock. Done in the final lap. You could never write an ending like that. Truly, truly brilliant stuff. Never have I ever seen a race win like that. Paul Moller finishes a reluctant second, but running it all the way to the line and only 2 seconds away from his teammate Elmas Mikkelsen's. Matteo Mastromaro looks to be taking it for 4th position. There's still some drivers are left to go before the end of this race. I don't think we've got any battles to the line to speak of. Matteo Mastromaro is going to round the Casio triangle, and it's going to be 3 MSA cars in the top 5. Mastromaro finishes 4th. Tony Corona is making his way down to 130R as we speak. Corona down to the line there, and it's going to finish in 5th. It's been an incredible drive by this driver here. The number 30 car of the Tempest Motorsports team, Connor Letford, Brandon Roos, Adam Saunders and Zolt Beefgartner have done an absolute mammoth job in the privateers division to be battling with the big boys here in Suzuka to finish 6th here after 4 hours of racing. It is a very well done for them as well. Martin van Manen's going to bring it home for 7th for K1 Esports as he rounds the Casio triangle. Connor Letford crosses the line for 6th. Martin van Manen for 7th. Reino Radic for 8th position as he rounds 130R. Has got no one left to stand in his way. Fazzy Binks has finished 9th. Patrick Leger in 10th. Andre Damrat a reluctant P11. Aaron Williams in P12. Andrea Casciotti in P13. Wilson Gigi in 14th with Marcus Schwartz in P15. What an end to the race we have on our hands. And what a race it has been here in Suzuka. An ending like no other. Absolute cinema in Suzuka. That has been, bar nothing, one of the greatest races I have ever seen in my entire life. Let's see if we can try, at the very least, to get a word out of one of the drivers here in that winning team. Pretty sure we have the line of contact on Marcus Carlos and David Silf. We'll try Marcus Carlos if we can locate him. Let's see if we can get a word from Marcus Carlos. Marcus, it's Regan Clark here from TRTN. Well done. What a race win that has been. How are you feeling?
That was insane, mate. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Everyone can hear you on stream.
Oh, fantastic! That was the best race we've had. It was up and down. He had a spin at the start, and just that rain. Then that was amazing.
That was written in the stars. That one, a race win unlike anything we've ever seen. Very, very well done to you today, and to the team.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to say congrats as well to everyone else on the podium. That was some big ball strategy there, trying to stay out on the dries, and it almost worked for them.
Close, but no cigar. Well done today. Enjoy the win. We'll see you in Barcelona at the end of the month.
Thank you very much, Rick.
That was Marcus Carlos, your race winner today, alongside teammates David Silf and Craig Twarrock with MSA's 4:14. Finishing out the top 10 then is Paul Mola, Elmar Mikkelsons, Matteo Mastromaro, Tony Garona, Conor Letford, Martin Van Manen, Freno Radic, Fazzy Binks, and Patrick Leger. That's all from us here on TRTN. That's going to be a bit of a short run to the end today after what has been an absolute mammoth task of a race today. I don't think anyone could have called a race win like that. That was second to none. Brilliant stuff. If you're tuning in for tomorrow's race, it'll be the Indianapolis round of the NLRL Sunday League. And we also have a new contract starting up with VSR Phoenix for the start of Season 7 on Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. GMT. Until then, that's all from us here on TRTN, and take care. Good night.